Good evening, councillors, staff, members of the public. I declare the ordinary council meeting on the 5th of March 2025, open at 5:30 p.m. Can everyone please stand? I wish to acknowledge the Gadigal people as the traditional owners of the land that we're meeting on and recognise their strength and resilience and pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. Thank you. Item number 3, this meeting is being live streamed and audio recorded for community purposes, which may be released upon request to third parties. In accordance with Clause 16, the Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders Local Law 2014, members of the public are not permitted to use any visual or audio electronic device or instrument to record the proceeding of any meeting unless that person has been given permission by the presiding member to do so. Members of the public also reminded that in accordance with Clause 617-4, standing orders, mobile phones must be switched off and not be used during the meeting. 3.1, attendance. I know attendance is listed in the agenda. 3.2, attendance by telephone, entertainment communications, there is nil. 3.3, apologies. CEO, do you have any apologies at all?
There are no apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, CEO. 3.4, approved leaves of absence. CEO, who received any leaves of absence at all? Have you received any?
No.
No?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. 3.5, disclosures of interest. Councillors, are there any disclosures and declarations of interest? I have one from Councillor Christensen here. Yes, Councillor.
Do I disclose it now?
Yeah.
Yes, I just wish to disclose I've got a financial interest to item 12.4.1, the award of tender for the Wedgefield Route 1. And it's a financial interest as my employer is a respondent to that tender.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Item number 4, applications for a leave of absence. CEO, have you received any?
No, I have not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Item number 5, response to previous questions. Response to questions taken on notice received at the ordinary council meeting held on the 5th of February 2025 are listed in the agenda. Item number 6, public time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of councils within regarding tonight's agenda and business of local government. Clause 6.73 of the Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders law requires members of the public wishing to ask questions to complete the question form and place in the completed form provided. If myself, the presiding officer, determines that questions and statements are out of order due to offensive or obscene expression or defamatory, that will not be considered, recorded, nor responded to. 6.1, public question time. I declare public question time open at 5:35 p.m. CEO, received any questions at all?
No, I've not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any members of the public have any questions at all?
Just a comment. Can we have it a bit louder, please?
Yes, sorry, mate. Is that better for you? Okay. Have any questions at all? Gallery? Yes, Johnny, please come forward. State your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. It's John Ashton, 11 Spoonville Crescent, South Hedland. I asked a number of questions at the last meeting regarding rates and stuff, and I received replies. I have 3 more questions regarding it tonight. Your response to one of the questions, your response states that rates are calculated based on GRV and that the emergency service levy is collected for the DFES. However, you have not provided a clear itemised breakdown of where general ratepayer funds go. Can the council provide a detailed financial breakdown showing how much is spent on administration infrastructure and services? A proper invoice should clearly state what the charges cover. Why should a ratepayer have to dig through a complex budget when this information should be clearly itemised on the rates notice itself, like any legitimate invoice? So my question is can the council provide the detailed financial breakdown?
You'll get that one notice for you. Thank you, John. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Question 2. On the legality of rates and the lack of a contract, your response states that the council collects rates under the Local Government Act 1995. However, as local government is not recognised in the Commonwealth Constitution, does the council acknowledge that it derives its power solely from state legislation and operates under the assumption of implied consent rather than a legally binding contract? If not, can you provide evidence of a legally binding agreement between the ratepayer and the council?
We'll get that information for you. Thank you.
Okay, the third one. On challenging the GRV valuations and council responsibility. Since the GRV is determined by Landgate and plays a major role in calculating rates, what does the council have in place to verify that Landgate valuations are fair and accurate? Additionally, if a ratepayer challenges their GRV and wins, does the council automatically adjust the rates charged, or is there a delay in applying this correction?
I'll take that on notice for you. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I can answer that if you like.
Councillor, I'll take it on notice.
I
Thank you.
can answer that if you like, Mr
Good.
Mayor.
Councillor, take it on notice. Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you. Do you have any more questions from the gallery at all? Mr. Roger, come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Roger Higgins, 119 Edgar Street. Mr Mayor, I have been to quite a number of meetings, as you are well aware, and asked a number of questions over a period of time. I think we've just had another example of how you answer questions. You take them on notice. Now, as the head of this elected body here, you as Mayor should be across the detail of all sorts of things, but you are incapable of giving sensible answers at these meetings. We have to wait a period of time before we get any notices. Can you explain why it is that you do this all the time?
I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
I find that a laughable response. I'm asking you a sensible question because you get elected, because the people assume that you are across the detail.
I'll take
And now I get the same response. So look, thank you for the
you.
gesture of which lightens the meeting. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you.
Let me bring you back to some other questions last year that I asked. And this concerned the former Deputy Mayor who has resigned since last year in his role as the Director of Royal Lifesaving up here. And members who come here on a regular basis, as well as council members, will remember I asked why it was that there was, at the time it appeared 231,000 was dished out by the council to Royal Lifesaving. The first answer that I got when I asked the question back in the 18th to the 15th of May was that some 231,000 was dispensed, and the reason that I was given at the time was for labour hire, purchase of equipment, wristbands, mats and lifeguard training. I re-asked the question and then on July 17 got a reply which said that the amount wasn't 231, it was actually 241,660, and it was paid to Royal Lifesaving between September of 22 to 31st of May 24. And of that, 209,941, rounded up to 210 to make it easy to remember, was paid for labour hire of lifeguards. I then asked the then former Deputy Mayor how many lifeguards Royal Lifesaving actually employed, and the answer was 0. So there's a big discrepancy here in the veracity of the answer that we're getting here, which is entirely inadequate. As a ratepayer, we expect some truthfulness coming from the administration, and we expect some accountability coming from the people who are elected, whose role is supposed to be to support the ratepayers that put them in office. Now, I haven't heard anyone but Milo ask questions about what I've just raised, so I'm raising the question again. When I asked the former Deputy Mayor to explain what and how they got all this money for when they had no lifeguards, his answer was that it was delegated responsibility that gave them the funding. Now, delegated responsibility, my understanding is that comes from decisions made within the administration. So I'm asking the question again, why has the administration delegated that amount of money to Royal Lifesaving when they've got 0 lifeguards, when they've come out and given a clearly false answer? And I want some factual information, because it's time we had more accountability from you councillors, particularly the ones that always, and I'm looking at you, Rebello, because you always agree with the Mayor. You don't seem to have a mind that works by itself. You seem to be part of a clique. that votes a particular
Roger.
way and disregards completely what us ratepayers say. So I'm asked the question again. I want
We'll take it-
full
we'll take it- we'll
accountability
take-
on where this money is
We'll
gone
take it on notice
and
for
who's
you.
responsible.
Take it on notice for you. Thank you, Roger. Thank you. Do you have any more questions on the gallery, please? Yeah, please come forward, state your name and address. Thank you, Joy. So,
Good evening. My name is Gillian Fisher and I reside in South Headland. I have 3 questions surrounding mostly the list of payments that was in the attachments for this meeting. On page 18 of the 236 pages, Tech Services was paid over $100,000 for the Rose Nowers Daycare Centre of South Headland external plumbing works. Now, I have looked through the current tender register and I can't find any relation to this particular payment. Is this for the upgrades to the Rose Nowers? If so, why was there no tender? And if not, what is the large amount for? Like obviously where the town is the leasehold.
I'll get the director to answer that for you if you like now.
Thank you for your question.
Can't
It
hear you,
was
sorry.
it was a request for quote. So the quotes were requested through vendor panel, and Tech Services got that quote. It was for plumbing works on the site, but it also related to removal of concrete. So it was we had to replace, dig up paths and replace concrete, and so we can provide a scope of works for that.
So you didn't provide the scope of works? Oh, sorry, I can't hear you properly.
No, we provided the contractor a scope of works,
Yep.
and we provided information to the councillors on that job as well. So, you know, it was for substantial plumbing works at Rose Nowers.
Okay, was there any reason why it wasn't a tender?
Because it was a quoted job, because it wasn't the threshold for a tender. A tender is $250,000.
Okay, right on. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's
thank you,
all
director.
Okay, so moving on to the next one, page 50 of 236 is regarding the Port Hedland International Airport. Now, it's under the title of Port Hedland International Airport, asbestos containment, cell excavating and earth moving. Now, apparently $1.1 million was paid for that. So can you tell me what is involved in the lease arrangement with the Port Hedland Airport? If the town of Port Hedland owns the facility, isn't the town of Port Hedland responsible for this activity? If so, why wasn't that job put out to tender? And again, I couldn't find anything in the tender register
It's okay,
about
I'll
that.
get the director to answer that for you. Carly, do you want to answer it for me? Thank you.
Mr Mayor,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you for the question. In 2016, the town granted a 50-year lease to the International Airport, as you probably well know. During those lease negotiations, a condition assessment of the airport was undertaken, and it was identified back then that there were certain contamination issues, asbestos being one of them. So there has been a remediation program agreed to with the airport and the town, that the town is responsible because that was an existing defect in the property that was about to be leased. The town is responsible for cleaning up that contamination. I can't speak to the tender process of that. I'll leave that to my colleague. But that's the history of the contamination that the town were committed to resolving as part of the lease negotiations in 2016.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any follow-up to the fact that there was no tender issued? Obviously, over
We didn't
250,000.
undertake that work, the airport did.
The airport did, okay, thank you.
Okay, and then my last one was page 69 of 236 pages, also in the list of payments for environmental industries. And there's 2 payments of the same amount with the same title, which is Public Open Spaces Maintenance for December 2024 to Environmental Industries Proprietary Limited. Now, I understand that they have a nearly $500,000 contract $500,000 per year for 3 years. But I'm just wanting to know why they're being paid twice. Is that an administration issue or
I
obviously?
might take that on a notice for, we'll get a
Yeah,
report
that's in
back
the
to you.
list of
Yeah,
payments.
yeah, okay, thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do Do you have any more public questions at all? Yes, Marion, come forward, take your name and address, thank you.
My name's Marion Browning and I'm at 233 Collier Drive, South Hedland. Good evening, everybody. It's been a while. I just wanted to find out, pretty much, since we've had like the cyclone Zalia and the disaster of probably what's happened across the road, what's the council envisioning for the residents of Port Hedland where they will seek shelter in such an event like where the cyclone may be a direct hit and there's flooding and it cuts off Port Hedland to South Hedland? Like, what kind of plan have you got in place for something like that?
Okay, CEO, do you want to put that through Kylie? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll go through Kylie, thank
Sorry.
you. Yeah.
I'm going to
Yeah,
ask another
sorry.
question, but it's not really a question. It's just, can you really speak really loud? Because
Yeah.
those speakers are not on.
Okay,
and we
yeah,
can
certainly,
hardly
okay,
hear. Yeah,
okay.
thanks.
Okay, thank you, Kylie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I can just paraphrase your question, your query is about the future for Port Hedland for an evacuation centre.
Yeah.
That community centre continues to remain a certified community centre for use and availability to DFES for activation. So that will continue to remain in place. You'll probably see in the council meeting report agenda today that there's a comprehensive report on the availability and appropriateness of that building for use. So as far as the town is concerned, that building is still certified as an evacuation centre, and DFES are the lead agency who make the decision on where and when properties are activated for use.
Yeah. Right.
Okay,
Just
thank you,
more of
Kylie.
a comment, like clearly that wasn't available for the last cyclone. So we need some serious work on that. Which leads me to the next question in regards to our public health plan for the town of Port Hedland and where it's up to, because the website says all of the feedback received is confidential and will be analysed to help develop the town of Port Hedland. Once the plan has been endorsed by council, we will make it available on our website for you to view. The question's more around, when is the website going to be updated? Because the last time it was updated was on the 23rd of May 2024. So have we got anything closer to that,
Yeah.
that we can get that updated?
I might take that on those Kylie, do you want to answer that? I'll get
Yeah.
Vic to answer that for you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question again. So the public health plan has been on consultation for quite some time, and a number of our key stakeholders have requested extensions to that consultation period. So the consultation has now closed. We've got all the submissions that we need, and there'll be a report coming to council within the next 2 to 3 months with the outcomes of that report, including submission analysis.
Right, so we're almost looking
Thank
for
you.
12 months for that. Yeah. Okay.
Appreciate that, but the
Yeah.
stakeholders requested
Yeah.
further
Yeah.
time.
Thank you, Kylie.
And my third question is actually, if I can ask through the chair to direct this to Councillor Blanco. This question? Yeah?
Yeah, that's fine, yep.
All right. So, Councillor Blanco, I was just wondering whether you'd be able to answer the questions that Johnny Ashenden had put forward that was actually taken on notice.
No,
If
they'll
you're
be
able
taken on
to.
notice, sorry, they're on notice, okay? They are on notice.
Not allowed to?
They are on notice, thank you. Thank
Right,
you. They're on
okay,
notice,
no
thank you.
All right. So,
No,
it was on
that's-
notice
okay,
tonight.
thank you, right, thank you, 3 questions, thank you. Do you have any more public questions at all?
Can we turn the speakers up, please?
We can't turn them up, just talk louder, okay? I can just talk louder, that's all.
We're getting those can
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry about that, yeah. Okay, sorry, come forward, state your name and address, thank you.
My name's Teresa Ashenden. I live
Sorry?
in South. My name's Teresa Ashenden.
Hi, Teresa, yeah, okay,
I
thank you.
live at South Hedland.
Thank you.
My question is, Town of Port Hedland is considering the Order of Business Policy, page 178 of 236, I believe. Can we move the public question time and public statement time further down the order to allow for the community to comment on the progress of the meeting?
Well, no, but I'll take that. So basically, the public question time, public statement time is basically at the start of the meeting. So basically, if we have it at the meeting, so the next agenda item comes up next month, you can ask those questions about the meeting.
Right, so you can't move.
No.
I do have one other question. The community centre across the road here, I did see in the paper where it leaked yet again. Are you going to be holding the builders responsible and accountable for this error?
I might get the director to answer that. leaked? Or it's
So there were a number of, when it leaked, so that was fixed on the 12th, then it leaked again. So we will be, we're commissioning an independent report, and then on that basis, we'll be working with the contractor to remedy any of those
Yeah,
faults.
this is a brand new building and
Yep.
it should not have leaked. And all the furniture, have you gotten rid of it? All the
is there
mould?
a question?
There
It's
was
still
no
related to
furniture
this one.
damaged, I don't think, in that
Oh,
was
flood
it?
damage
No.
that time. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more public questions at all? Okay, I will close public question time at 5:53 p.m. Okay, 6.1. 6.2, public statement time. I declare public statement time open at 5:53 p.m. Mr. you have received any public statements at all?
We have not, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Members of the public, do you have any public statements at all? Just come forward, state your name and address. Thank you, Johnny.
Good evening. John Ashenden, Spoonbill Crescent, South Hedland. The town of Port Hedland has made it abundantly clear that it takes public health and safety seriously, but only when it suits them. When food businesses failed hygiene standards, the council took them to court, issued a prohibition orders and imposed financial penalties to protect public health, which was just put in the recent newsletter with. Also, when mosquito-borne illnesses became a concern, the council invested in advanced drone technology to spray chemicals across vast areas in the name of keeping the public safe. The council's own representatives have gone on record stating that their priority is always the health and well-being of our community. Yet, when it came to the mandated COVID-19 injections, which have caused serious adverse reactions, permanent injuries, and even deaths, the council suddenly decided that public health was none of their business and dismissed all concerns. Not only did the council refuse to question the safety of these injections, but it also actively enforced mandates, pressured employees to comply, and even terminated staff, including myself, for refusing to take the shot. This raises a critical question. Why is the town of Port Hedland willing to prosecute a cafe for dirty floors, but completely silent on experimental injections that have caused harm and death? If I were to open a business in Port Hedland today, offering injections and claiming they were miracle cures, the council would shut me down in an instant. I'd be slapped with fines, dragged through the courts and called a danger to the public health. But when the government and pharmaceutical companies push rushed experimental injections onto the public, destroying lives in the process, the council's response is absolute silence. This is not about politics, this is about accountability. The town of Port Hedland has already proven that it has the power to take action when public health is at risk. The question is, why did they refuse to do so when it mattered most? Thank you.
So thank you. Do you have any more public statements at all? Okay, I will close public statement time at 5:56 p.m. Okay, moving on, 6.3, petition, interpretation, presentation and submissions, there is nil. Item number 7, question from member of our public. Are there any questions from elected members at all?
Yes, I would like to request that item 12.5.1 be presented prior to the commencement of agenda items on tonight's OCM, please.
Can you say that again, councillor? Was it?
Request that item 12.5.1 be presented prior to the commencement of agenda items on tonight's OCM, please.
she wants to bring it forward.
Yeah, I know, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we can move that forward. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yes.
Through the chair, having been the target of several political and government attacks the last 12 months personally, I decided to attend the State Administrative Tribunal, the SAT, the open court hearing between the Town of Port Hedland and Councillor Blanco on the 21st of Feb. And I saw that the town has engaged the law firm McLeod's to represent the staff involved in this matter without a council approval. Now, Councillor Blanco requested legal representation in October and November OCMs last year for this matter, and it was refused because he was advised that he needed to fill in some documentation and seek council approval. So my first question is, why hasn't the town requested authority from the council to get legal representation, the same as you require from Councillor Blanco?
I'll take that one notice for you. Thank you.
Second question. When did you engage with the lawyers, and do we have any idea on how much money has been spent by the town to prosecute Councillor Blanco?
We'll take that one notice for you. Yep, thank you.
Another question. Why did the town's legal team demand that Councillor Blanco pay for the administration's flights from Port Hedland to Perth when the judge had already issued orders that all parties could attend the hearing online?
I'll take that on notice for you as well. Thank you.
And a couple more. As a new council member, I kind of need to understand, why is there an apparent discrimination towards council members that ratepayers' funds can be spent on defending the actions of the administration without council approval, yet elected members defending and supporting the rights of the Hedland people are required to use their own funds to defend the people's position?
I'll take that on notice for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions, councillors?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a few. I'd like to request that the town engage with De Grey Station, the state and federal government in relation to the direct hit and damage created by Cyclone Zelia, and see if they are eligible to receive cyclone relief funding from the state, the federal government, towards the station, and more importantly, the access road from the highway to the station, and also the fencing damage adjoining the property to Number 1 Highway. This is obviously a safety issue that affects all users of that road. And can I also get a understanding into our works program that does or does not exist for our pastoralists access road and works to their access road to their homestead? Now, we have in the past done this. We do it for recently for a station close to Hedland, Wallureenia, and we also do it for Yandiara Access Road, which we get funding from the feds. So I'd like to get some sort of understanding as to why we've dropped the ball on that, and on yearly maintenance on roads, but on access roads to stations, but also whether we can help them with any federal funding that may be out there, disaster relief funding. It was a severe category cyclone, so I think we are eligible to get funding, to help them out in that area. Mr. Mayor, can I get some
answers? Yeah, I'll get the director to answer that for you. Sorry, to see you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we're happy to take that on, and we'll have a look at it and respond to council.
Okay, thank you, see you. Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I also want to ask if we have received any response from the PM's office, the Premier's office, the Health Department on Council's approved motion about the COVID-19 vaccine. Have we had any interaction with any government agencies in respect to that?
I see.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any, but I will check and confirm that.
Okay, thank you, CEO.
Mr. Mayor, could we also, considering it's a council motion, can we re-ask and maybe get a timeline on when we might be getting some answers from those agencies?
We'll take that one out and find out for you, yes.
Now, I could be incorrect here, but I haven't seen any information. You know, it might have already been issued, and I apologise if that is the case, but I'm going to ask it again. I requested on August, in August, OCM 2024 and November 2024, I asked for the town's response to the Department of Local Government on a list of compliance issues that the department had requested. Has that information been issued?
Yes, it has, Mr. Mayor. It was issued and the documentation was placed on Docs on Tap. There are quite a number of them. So if the councillor requires any assistance, I'm more than happy to direct them to where they can be found.
Thank you, CEO.
Thanks. I have a few more. I forgot my my mouse, so it's a. Okay, I've asked a few times about the Port Hedland flood pumps. Now I've got some answers. You know, they said that we have sent out the tender. It would take you know, some time to get that sorted, but we were also told that the flood pumps were operating and they're checked. Now, in Cyclone Zelia, it was on the 14th of Feb, I think, Channel 7 did a story about a car stuck on a corner, you know, and the street was flooded. Now, Mackay Street, which is where that car was, shown to Western Australia on the 7 News, is the catchment area for the flood pumps. So can I get a explanation as to what went wrong and why the flood pumps weren't working, considering you know, that area was underwater again?
We'll take that one on. I'll see you.
I would just make the comment that my understanding was that the pumps did work throughout. We actually placed a generator on site and monitored it throughout the event. So I'm happy to take the information that Councillor Blanco has got, and we'll have a look at what that situation is. But as I say, my understanding is those pumps worked throughout and we nursed them through it.
Thank you, CEO.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, can I get a thanks for the answer, and can I get an understanding as to whether the 3 pumps were working, or whether we were only operating on one?
We'll get that information for you, Mr. Blanco.
Thanks.
Is that all, Councillor?
I haven't got
I know
my
you're
mouse,
mouseless, I know.
so it's a finger thing. Just one last one, Mr. Mayor. I still haven't received any responses to a myriad of questions I've asked you about the container housing stuff and you know, a whole host of other questions over the past 18 months. When do you think I might be able to start breathing again? Because I'm holding my breath for it.
I'll hold my position on that answer question. Thank you.
Well, what is your answer?
I'll hold my position on that question. Thank you.
You're gonna. I didn't get that. You're going to hold your position
on that question. Yes, thank you. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Mayor. What does that mean?
To see what it says. Do you have any other questions, Councillor? Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Can you explain what that means?
I just told you what it is, Councillor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. That was all I have.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Other questions?
Yes, sorry. Could I please have clarification on the absence of the Mayor's diary? Was there no diary for January?
There's no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My second question is, could I please have details of the inquiry submitted by Councillor Blanco at the meeting on the OCM on the 27th and at the OCM on February the 5th, as the requirement under section 5.21 in brackets of the Local Government Act per the requirements of the original request.
Fine. Yeah, thank you. Okay, other questions? Councillors? Okay, let's move on. Item number 9, declaration for all members have given due consideration to matters contained in the business paper for the meeting. I invite all elected members to declare by a show of hands that they have given due consideration to all matters contained within the paper. Go for show of hands, please. Thank you, councillors. Number 10, confirmation of a previous meeting. The meetings of the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 5th of February 2025 will be presented and the March Ordinary Council meeting. Before we move to reports of committees and officers, I remind members of the public not to take action on council decisions on this evening's agenda which may they have interest in. And until formally notified in writing by the town has been received, decisions made at this meeting can be revoked in line with the Local Government Act 1995. Item number 11, reports of communities. 11.1, the Audit and Risk Compliance Committee. There is nil. The confidential matter under 5.1, the depots will be closed behind closed doors. Item number 12, reports from officers. 12.1, corporate services. We have a simple recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Councillor.
I do believe we just requested that a certain item comes to front of the council agenda. If I can ask for that to come forward, please.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, you already that one for 12.5.1? Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, we'll move to. Okay, we'll move to 12.5.1. Okay, we have two officers recognised before us that requires a simple majority vote. Recommendation 1, the council notes the resignation of Councillor Rents effective the 20th of January 2025.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's not right.
21.
I believe it's the CEO performance committee.
This is at the very end.
12.5.
12.5.1.
Oh, 12.1.5. Do apologise. Okay, I was on 12.1.5. Sorry.
And then through the chair, if I may ask for the CEO, just confirming, do we have to do an official vote for us to be able to change the order of business?
Yes, move in a second.
Is that through a procedure?
Yep, yep. Councillor Hudson. Yep. Do you want to move that motion? You'll move it? Okay. Is there a seconder? Okay, anyone against? Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item number 12.5.1.
Mr Mayor, can you give me a sec while I find this on my notes?
Here we are, 12.1.1, here we go.
Oh, here we go, yeah.
Okay, motion number 1.
Mr Mayor, can I ask some questions before we move on with this? On the item.
We can read the item out first. Okay, thank you. Item number 1. So the motion is 12.5.1, the CEO Recruitment Committee report. Motion 1, that council appoints.
Sorry, through the chair, if I may, before we go to this one, please bear in mind that item 1 is a confidential matter. So therefore, I request that do we not lay that on the table and then address that during the closed doors meeting, and then we move straight to recommendation number 2, please. Yeah, am I correct in that understanding?
No, motion 1 can be held, but number 2, motion number 2 is behind closed doors.
Cool. So are we going to close that off? So we don't...
Yes, we'll go behind closed doors. Yeah, we will. Yep. Okay. Okay, so motion number 1, the council appoints the members of the CEO Recruitment Section Committee, Mayor Carter, Councillor Blanco and Councillor Rebello. In accordance with the CEO standards under Section 510 of the Local Government Act 1995 and the CEO Recruitment Performance Determination Policy and the CEO Recruitment and the Section Committee of Term of Reference. Is there a mover, please?
Mr Mayor, could I ask some questions?
There you can, yes, Councillor.
Thanks. As we discussed this at the last meeting, I note that the agenda does not show every decision made by council, and so just in relation to the local government administrative regulations, Reg 11, it's quite clear that Reg 11 requires that every decision made. So that's 11C. It says details of each motion moved at the meeting, the mover and the outcome of the motion. So I would like that the minutes reflect each decision in relation to this motion, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Yes, okay. Just go to it, yes.
So my understanding is, and through the chair, the minutes, the unconfirmed minutes, do reflect each decision made. I would request governance to correct me if I'm wrong.
It's Tom.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for that. Regulation 11 does relate to the minutes. The minutes of that meeting do capture each moved and second item by the council. What was remaining was 2 procedural motions to lay each of those alternate foreshadows on the table, and those 2 motions, along with the procedural motions, are what return for your consideration tonight.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
So just for a point of clarification on that, what happened to one of the motions that was actually put that there was actually 4 councillors?
Sorry, not in debate, sorry, Councillor, just, sorry.
Point of order.
Yes.
I think we've just allowed 2 other councillors to speak and ask the question. I think it'd be inappropriate not to allow another councillor the opportunity to ask the same sort of questions in the same way.
It's the same question. Yeah, Tom, do you want to answer it?
Again, through the chair, you'd have to refer to the minutes. The alternate foreshadowed motions that have made it into this agenda were the final ones that were moved and seconded by the council on the night and had procedural motions then applied to them to be deferred to this meeting. So the rest of the trail of those decisions you'll find in the previous minutes, and the only matters carried forward are those that were still on the table for consideration.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I nearly I've moved it and I got a seconder. It was anyone against the motion? Yes, Councillor Rebello.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Do we have a mover and a second already?
Yes, Councillor Bunsen and Councillor McRae.
Point of order, no we don't. So those movers and seconders were for the original motion to move this business to where we are currently now. We are now picking up an existing motion, which already has, you are correct, it already has a mover and a seconder from the previous meeting, being myself as a mover and yourself as a seconder. So my suggestion is you take up the debate from that point of view and ask for somebody who's against.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, then can you clarify exactly what we're doing? Because you're confusing me, so
motion
say
number one.
everyone's confused.
Okay, so motion number one was appoint the member of the CEO Recruitment Selection Committee was myself, Councillor Blanco and Councillor Rebello.
And
We do.
And while we're at it, I'll foreshadow our motion as well, thanks.
Yep.
And the foreshadow motion will be that we appoint all 4 councillors as per the previous motion that was previously discussed by Councillor Butson, and also make a second point of that motion that the council also approves to amend the existing committee standing orders to allow for 4 sitting councillors, please.
Yep. Are you okay with that, Councillor? Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, you with it? Yep.
So we enter debate now? Yep. Being the mover of the original motion, I'll make it very clear, unfortunately we're behind closed doors, although it's not confidential of nature, I'm now entitled and allowed to be speaking freely what I spoke around before. I made it very clear back then that I was happy to approve and move any councillor that wishes to put their hand up to sit on a committee where they get to safeguard the direction of this community in this town through the shortlisting of the potential CEOs who would be applying. While I don't agree that this current motion is the best choice, again, that's why I foreshadowed the secondary motion being the 4 councillors who did apply. I think it's prudent that we allow any councillor that has passion and eagerness to get onto a committee that we appoint that availability if it wasn't to hinder the committee. And I don't believe that having an additional councillor to a committee such as important as this is a bad thing. The members of this committee will be going through a hell of a lot of extra work on top of a already busy schedule that we've got coming up in the next couple of months. So I think from the old saying, many hands make light work. So my suggestion currently, although being a mover of this motion, would be that we decline this current motion and allow for the foreshadowed motion that I've just put in there, where all 4 councillors get to have a seat at the table. So I'll leave my debate for there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I'll wait for the rebuttals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay. Yeah, I second that. Yeah, so I'll actually, although I second the first motion to leave the current committee as it was, as 3. So anyone against that?
The chair, we are looking for a seconder for the foreshadowed.
We're doing the office recommendation first. I think motion 1 first. Yeah, if that doesn't get up, then we go to. Yeah.
Hang on a second. Where are you, Mr. Mayor? You seconded it and you spoke as a seconder.
Correct.
And then you've taken us in some wild direction.
No, I haven't.
Well, where is my a right to speak as opposed to this motion, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it was a for, a seconder, and now it was anyone against.
That is correct.
That's
now
correct.
We're speaking against.
Yes.
Okay.
And Councillor Bella came in first, not you. Okay.
No,
Right.
I came in first, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, I got down that. Right. Okay. Sweet. Councillor Bella.
Okay, Council, I'm opposed to the motion because as we went through this motion, I don't even remember how many times we created a situation. The movers and the supporters of the foreshadowed motion created a situation that allowed every councillor that wanted to be on there to be on there, because there was clearly a divide. It was probably the best way to go and the most, the fairest option that we had to ensure that whoever applied to be on this committee could be on it, and we would change the terms of reference to allow that to happen. So the myriad of decisions that didn't get over the line at the last council meeting, you know, I really couldn't understand. So I hope the council now supports the motion that is up as an alternative motion after this, to allow all council members that have put their hand up to be on this committee the opportunity to do that. So that is why I'm opposing this motion here. I would much rather the alternative motion be approved by council. And obviously, because it's an absolute majority, you know, we need 5 council members to agree. Otherwise, we'll be here all night doing the same thing again. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Ernest for. Anyone else against? Yes.
Sort of to back up what Deputy Mayor Christensen and Councillor Blanco have said, I think that everyone who's put their hand up probably should have a go at this. At the same time, there's also an independent that the public won't be here for that debate, but an independent outside person that comes onto the committee. The way it's structured now, there's 2 councillors, the mayor, plus 1 more, that makes 4. And as we found at our last ordinary council meeting, we had a lot of back and forwards. This debate went for hours, just debating the same motions over and over. With 4 people on the committee, I think it's ridiculous, because you're going to end up with 2 and 2 at some point. I think we're crazy not to have a situation where we have 5, so we can always have 3 verse 2 or 4 verse 1, but we can never have a hung judiciary, shall we call it. I just think 5 makes more sense than 4 on a panel like this of such importance.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else for? Anyone else against?
Yeah, I have to agree with the 3 elected members. I think this was the fairest way to go. I think this is the most important decision that we're going to make on actually picking the right person that wants to be here to actually push our town forward, and that is going to be committed and to be compassionate about our town. And I feel that with the 4 people on there, it's a pretty even keel, and I think it would be really nice to have the 4 councillors that have nominated, all of them together. And there's a little quote I'd like to give people that I actually learnt this week. There is not I in teams. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else for? Anyone else against? Someone?
Not preempting the vote, Mr. Mayor, but I'm just going to waive my right for a reply right now and wait for the next sort of debate. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Five. 5-1. Okay. Hey? Yep. You want to move the foreshadow? Yep. You happy with that? Okay. The foreshadow motion is that Council 1 amend the CEO Recruitment Committee terms of reference to 5.1 to top up to 4 councillors to the committee, and 2, appoint members of the CEO Recruitment Section Committee as Councillor Mayor Carter, Councillor McRae, Councillor Blanco and Councillor Rebello. in accordance with the CEO standards under 5.10 of Local Government Act 1995 and the CEO Recruitment Performance Termination Policy CEO Recruitment and Section Committee Terms of Reference. You move?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone against? Good, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is where the interesting times come. We now need to sharpen our pencils and our words and ensure that we can try and persuade members who feel differently. So I don't have much onus on myself being able to do that, but I'll give it a try. So as I've stated before, I wish we had this much excitement when it came to committees previously to this one. We've got many committees of council that has asked for councillors to be a part of, and we're very, very low on a good spread of numbers. So please, by all means, let's keep this going through October to get some more numbers for all the other committees too. But that aside, as Councillor Blanco stated before, I think this is an absolute ding-dong of an idea to show fairness and I guess through a process. It's a very big job to be done, is to help shortlist and to come together as a council group to be able to select a select number of CEOs. As I stated before, I believe this is going to come with a mountain of work if you do the correct due diligence to this position and what's required. So I think many hands are going to make light work of this, and I'd prefer to have four sets of eyes instead of just 3 council of eyes. And again, very much similar to what Councillor McRae has stated, that to me it just makes good governance sense to appoint 4 members of this council or 2, because it then does take away the availability of those hung votes and it residing in the hands of one individual. I know we have the powers there for that very reason, but I think, again, if we can avoid that situation from coming to fruition, we'll be in a better position for that. So not saying that's going to be eliminated. There's always going to be a chance if somebody's sick or somebody's not going to be present. But again, the chance of that happening, I'm hoping to be a lot less. So yeah, it's to me no-brainer. We've had 4 people put their hand up to say they wish to be a part of it. I think it's just, common sense that we use our powers to amend the very terms of reference that we've only just set up a couple of months prior to that original appointment of that terms of reference to allow for 4 councillors. So interested to see the parties against, to hear what they've got to say, and then I'll leave my debate until then. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Blanco.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is clearly the fairest option for the council. And, every councillor has the right to be on the committee. The policy is a policy that is, developed by the council, for the council. And we have, the opportunity to change the policy to reflect what the council needs, what the community wants. And clearly the community wants something like this to be finished quickly. And clearly the staff want, something like this to be done quickly, and so there can be some stability in the ranks as well. So, this is dragged on for far too long. We should have had this sorted out, months ago. And like I say, this is the fairest option that we have. Every councillor that has put a application in to be on this committee is on here. So I really don't see why anyone would object to it. The independent person that is required by the Act to be on this committee creates the odd number that we need so this can move forward smoothly, and we don't have a tied vote like we did at the last meeting, and we had to run through this item, 25 or 30 times. So, I think it's in everybody's best interest just to support this. Let's get it happening, and let's get this CEO selection finalised. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Is anyone against? Yep, Councillor Blanco. Councillor Rebelli.
Evening, everyone. Most of the points that I will make tonight, I have made behind closed doors in the last ordinary council meeting as well. But I'm glad that this is in public, so then these points are presented to the public as well. as that this is the reasoning. So just to go back, our terms we had, so this process is being facilitated by a consultant, and there is another consultant for the independent member as well. We had 3 briefings with that consultant in November, at the end of November and early December last year. I've attended all of those briefings. So just to say also that I've put my hand up for the ARC, and this is, I can only speak for myself. I've also attended practically every briefing possible, and that is important because it helps you make an informed decision. Now, coming back to the terms of reference, and that is important, and here's why. So there were briefings conducted with the consultants, and the terms of reference were drafted as best governance. And at the time, everyone who attended it said that that was, it was fine with everybody. After that, it was brought to the December Ordinary Council meeting, where I was not present. I had taken a leave of absence, and the ones who were present were Councillor Batson, Councillor McRae, Councillor Christensen, Councillor Blanco, as well as Councillor Arends. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because the terms of reference were passed unanimously. And that is important to state that we passed it unanimously, saying that there will be 3 members from the council and 1 independent member. So it was really the will of the whole council, and it passed unanimously at the time. The reason also that it was 3 and plus 1, that is just a panel of 4, was that the consultant said that those were the best numbers to have, a really small committee, and which makes those initial decisions. And in the end, everything comes back to the council for a final consideration. So I hear that the point of fairness is being raised, and so I will debate the point of fairness. Where is the procedural fairness then, when something that everyone has agreed to in a briefing that has been brought to an ordinary council meeting that has then passed unanimously now needs to be changed just to suit what? I'm not able to understand that. Okay. In the end, whatever decisions are made will come to all of council for consideration. So I would say it is very procedurally fair. It is what the whole council wanted. Why should it change at this time? There is one more thing I would like to address, and which is the hung vote situation. Actually, that was considered. So you have 3 council members, you have 1 independent. In the event of a 2 and 2, there is always a casting vote. So the argument of a hung vote does not hold. These are my reasons for opposing this. I would say go back to the 3 councillors and put it to the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bello. So anyone else for?
Yes, I'm for it. Due to Councillor Rello's response, back in December, we actually did pass it, and the terms of reference can be changed, and was asked by the consultants we can choose how many we'd like. And due to fairness, in December, we actually chose to lay it on the table until February, until all councillors were here to make that decision, as a few of them were on leave, and unfortunately the Mayor wasn't able to attend either the council meeting or the special meeting that was held in December. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Batson. Anyone else against?
Just to clarify, and maybe I'm confused here, but Councillor Bello brought up the argument of a hung vote and the chair having a casting vote. The chair is voted on, from my understanding, from the panel, the committee itself. So how do you get a chair when you get a 2 and 2 vote? It doesn't happen. And what we've seen of the last month of council meetings is that the high probability is, the high likelihood is we're going to get a hung vote. So it's absurd to say there's not going to be an issue of hung vote if you've got 4 people when 2 people are voting for one person, another 2 are voting for another person for a chair. So the idea of the casting vote simply doesn't exist. So it's absurd. We did vote unanimously for a 3-person committee, but sometimes we've got to acknowledge we made a mistake, and that's a very clear mistake. Whether or not there was 4 on this, 3, 4 or 5 people applying for this, having an even number on a committee of such importance, where it's the probability is very high. Well, there will be requirement for a casting vote in a situation we're going to create a hung vote on, even on choosing the CEO selection panel. So the hung vote is going to be a major concern, and we just can't delay this process any longer. So honestly, I can't see a situation that why we wouldn't put 3 councillors and the mayor and an independent to create 5, so we don't have that situation. We can get this process started and get the CEO selection process happening as quick as we can.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McRae. Is it anyone else for? Anyone else against? I'll also vote against. I think having the 3 councillors is all that's needed for this committee, and I'll leave it at that. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Christian,
How do we sum this up? Interesting. Thanks everyone for the debate as usual. Leaves us in an interesting position. I believe there's old wives' tale around saying that if you keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, we're all insane. So I hope we're not that way inclined here tonight. What I will do here first and foremost is foreshadow another motion pending that this one fails. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. What is yours?
And it's going to be pretty much keeping it as it states there, but instead of saying that we hold up to 4 councillors, it will be reduced to 2. And then we have only 2 councillors down to that list. Thank you. And then I'll start just as it sits. I'll have Councillor McRae and Councillor Mayor Carter as those 2 representatives for the start, and we'll go from there.
Okay, we'll bring that up.
Now, quite obviously,
Could you just clarify your foreshadowed?
Yes,
You're only going to have 2. There's a requirement to have 3 by legislation. Yeah.
You need 3 and 1 independent.
3. It's got to be 3.
3 and 1
So
independent.
you either have the mayor and 2 others, or you should.
No, it's 3 and 1. It's 3 councillors.
Can I get some clarification on that?
Tom, let's get some clarification.
Through the chair, the establishment of the CEO selection panel for employment of the CEO is Regulation 8 in Schedule 2 of the Administration Regulations. Part 3 says the selection panel must comprise council members, the number of which must be determined by the local government, and at least 1 independent member. So there is no number required under the regulations.
Can we go back to debate, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right. Quite clearly, everyone, I've just shown my hands. It's quite clear that I'm not going to sit here all night and debate the merit of 3 councillors, and I'll give you a very clear indication when these minutes are finally published. The individuals of the public will see that I actively went out and got every single conceivable option with the 3 councillors available, and we said no to each and every single one of those. So quite clearly, I'm not going to go back to a situation where we're going to go around in circles all night. I think this committee has more important things to do. I think our community members have more important things to do. And I think it's onus on council members here tonight to do our best we can to try and get this over the line. There's been a lot of interesting points made in debate here tonight. But if we want any understanding on, I guess, good governance when it comes to positions, when it comes to important committees. I draw reference to the very one that we sit on here now, the Committee of Council. I haven't seen a single council yet get called together that has the same a split vote potential. I think it's. I'm happy to be corrected. Everything I've seen is always an odd number to allow for that issue not to be as prevalent as possible. So, again, in my mind, now that councillors can see the other option we've got at our hands being only 2 members, I think it's important that we bring it back to understanding of what the intent of this whole meeting is, this whole committee is. They're not making the decision, it comes back to council at the end of the day. However, when we start talking about strength in numbers, we start talking about future-proofing decisions made by allowing a diverse range of people at the disposal here. But it also talks around, reduces the burden on the individuals at this committee meeting. So I think it's onus on us personally to try and get this item over the line. Again, it just to me makes so much sense, and when we start talking about procedural fairness, it does talk procedural fairness to me. Why would we want the burden to be on one individual to have to make consistent decisions due to a hung vote? It just doesn't make sense. It's not the design of it. It should be done on the. It should definitely be a system that's used sparingly, if at all possible. And I think it's onus on us to make sure that we can make this happen. So, all I'm asking is, again, councillors, to vote in for the current motion to allow to see what we can make happen, because, yeah, I think this is the fairest option we've got at our disposal currently. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillor. So now put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Just what are we voting for?
Well, we're voting for the.
What is on the screen?
The 4 councillors. Yeah, we're voting for the 4. So all those in favour of the 4 councillors? All those against? Motion's lost. Okay, councillors, the other one. Do you want to... Okay, so for shadow number 2, the council 1 amend the CEO recruitment committee terms of reference, item 5.1, up to 2 councillors to the committee, and 2 appoint members of the CEO recruitment selection committee as Mayor Carter and Councillor McRae, in accordance with the CEO standards under 5.10 of the Local Government Act 1995 and the CEO Performance Termination Policy CEO Recruitment Section Committee terms of reference. Councillor Christian, do you want to move your motion? Is there a
Mr.
second?
Mayor, I want to foreshadow a motion.
Yeah, I need a seconder for. Is there a seconder? Yeah. Yeah, what is it?
I want to foreshadow the previous motion in its entirety, exactly the same.
Okay, thank you, councillor.
Thanks.
Okay, is there a seconder for Councillor Christensen's motion? Oh, motion's lost. Okay. Okay, Councillor Blanco.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll foreshadow. I want to move the foreshadowed motion as written previously.
Okay, what comes up? Okay, Councillor Blanco's foreshadowed motion. The council amend the CEO recruitment terms of reference, item 5.1, up to 4 councillors to the committee, and 2 appoint members of the CEO recruitment section committee as Mayor Carter, Councillor McRae, Councillor Blanco, and Councillor Rebello, in accordance with CEO standards under 5.10 of the Local Government Act 1995 and the CEO recruitment performance termination policy and CEO recruitment and section committee terms of reference. Councillor Blanco, do you want to move your motion? You've moved it? No, I need a seconder first. A seconder? Okay. Is there anyone against? Okay. Councillor? Sorry? Councillor, yeah. Okay, Councillor Bello. Councillor Blanco?
Um, Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking for the foreshadowed motion, again, this to members of the public and also to members or members of the town of Port Hedland that may be online looking at this council meeting. This is the exact scenario we had, behind closed doors that shouldn't have been behind closed doors, let me say, at the last meeting where we went till 10 o'clock at night. And then it was laid on the table. The fairest direction that this council could go is to allow all 4 councillors that have put their names forward to be on the selection committee, to have that right and be on the selection committee. There is no reason why we shouldn't allow all 4 to be on there. The other 2 councillors that didn't put their name up don't want to be on there because they have enough to do, with other committees that they're on and, their working life as well. So I have no problem with that. But for us to go backwards and forwards constantly for hours on end, right, because of one position, that's absolutely ludicrous. We should be supporting a motion like this, allowing every councillor to be on there. It doesn't matter that there's an extra councillor on there. We have the ability to, change the terms of reference. Clearly it is the fairest option moving forward. We still have to appoint a independent person after this. So I'm not going to accept any other position other than allowing the 4 councillors to be on this committee. 2 councillors doesn't work for me. And I still think it's incorrect. I'll still keep looking in the Act. I think the Act does specify that there has to be a minimum of 3 council members on. I could be wrong, but I have read that a few times. With the 4 councillors that have put their application in and the independent, we have an odd number, we're able to move forward. The other issue that we have here is, it's been said that council members have the opportunity to vote at the end, once the committee has chosen once the committee has decided who will be on the shortlist. The issue with that is that the administration gave us advice saying that every council member could look at every application from every person that has, applied for the CEO's position. But the recruitment people that we have engaged have said to us, no, that is not the case. The only applications that the members of council that are not on the committee can see are the applications that are on the shortlist. So they don't have the opportunity to look at all of the information. Okay. Now, the 4 councillors that have put their name up obviously want to have a look at all of the applications of all of the people that, we have an option to select. And the councillors that have not put their name up are happy to take the recommendation of the 4. So again, it is the fairest position that we have to allow the 4 councillors to go on and pick the short list that will then come to council to be selected by the full council. And that is the fairest position, and I think the council should support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Councillor Christensen.
Rightio. This committee and this council, for the 3 and a bit years that I've been on there, has been through a hell of a lot. This will be the first time I'll actually sit here and say that I'm quite embarrassed at this current I don't know, predicament we find ourselves in. To put it frankly, this is the easiest decision in relation to hiring a CEO that I can see we're going to have to make. The fact that we are arguing over the fact of 3 or 4 councillors is, again, it's bewildering me, and it's disappointing to say the least. And like I said, and I say that word very, very carefully, but I mean it too. It's embarrassing to sit here and know that we're having this much trouble to make a decision, in my mind, that is somewhat simplistic. This committee does not in no way have any powers to make a decision on a CEO. Yes, it can be influenced, and yes, it influences a decision. However, it does not have any decision-making ability. It provides a council with a recommendation. No different to the Art Committee, which has received multiple recommendations from the Art Committee, which has been turned away and rejected by this very council for this very reason. So to sit here and debate the fact, talking through it, I believe we need to look at the merit and the intention behind this decision. All we are doing is getting the people who want to be a part of this process, who are entitled to be a part of this process, who would be accepted in this process if only we had put 4 instead of 3. It is absolutely bewildering to me that we are sitting here arguing these terminologies and these facts when, plain and simply, we wouldn't have this argument if we had voted for 4 people, not 3, or 3 people, not 4. Again, we are well within our power, being the council of today, to make and amend and change any of these decisions as a council, which is what we're doing right here. So the first and foremost thing we're doing is we're making an amendment to the existing terms of reference, which we have identified in a lot of the councillors' opinions here, that, again, a even number on a committee is not always the greatest way going forward. And the only example I need to give you that I believe is the fact that every council around WA has those uneven numbers. Why? Is because it just makes common sense. And that's my opinion and my personal perspective here. I truly do hope that we get to a resolution in a quick amount of time, because I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to allow this council and this chamber to be dragged down by a meaningless debate. I'm more than happy to rest this whole motion on the table yet again if that's the case. I'm not going to put ourselves in the public limelight in front of our community and squabble over a position or two. So I hope and I pray to whoever wants to pray to something, that we get to a resolution and get to one in a hurry that's amicable for everybody. This is why we're here, and I appreciate the fact that we're going to have to go through a few debates to get everyone's opinion out. But I will now call upon all councillors to have a really good think about it and understand what we are here for. We're appointed by the people to make decisions. And again, we're not getting anywhere. If we don't appoint this committee, we can't appoint a CEO. Therefore, we are hindering the growth of this community. There's no questions about that. And that's exactly what I'm going to say, and that's how I was going to say it. I hope it does hit home, because this is how serious this needs to be and taken on board. So have a really good think about every councillor talking here, and let's listen to every councillor debate. Don't be distracted, have a listen and understand what the purpose of this is about. And yeah, really do hope that we get to a decision in a hurry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone against? Councillor Bello.
I'm against this one, and I'd like to foreshadow the next motion.
Yes.
So the next one wouldn't need point 1. It would go back to that council appoints the 3 members, and they being the mayor, because the mayor needs to be on a CEO recruitment committee, Councillor McRae, and myself, Councillor Rebello.
Sorry, can I just get a point of clarification, please?
Yes.
Councillor Bello, you did state that the CEO needs to be on the CEO.
Sorry. I said, sorry, did I say that? I meant the mayor is usually on the mayor needs to be on the CEO recruitment committee. Anyways, I don't need to give you reasons.
You do when you make a...
So the clarification is that the mayor is usually on a CEO recruitment committee, and this I'm quoting the consultant. I've gone back and checked as well. So yeah, that is the foreshadowed motion, and I'd like to speak against the one that is currently on the floor.
Okay, yep. Go ahead.
Right. 2 things I would like to clarify. One is, yes, I was not there in December of 2024. But my understanding is that that item was laid on the table because we did not have a list of independent members at the time. So just for the public to know as well, the process for an independent member is that we as a council can put in those names, as well as Valga has a list of those whom the consultant can contact as well. So that part was not initiated at all in December. And hence there was no way a committee could be formed at that stage. Now, again, this is my understanding, and hence that item was laid on the table. So this is just for clarification to the public as well. The second point that I would like to address is that in the agenda feedback session, which was held 2 weeks ago, the question was asked whether the other two names also can be put in the running for the committee, and it is important to explain to the public as well. So the reason that cannot happen, so Councillor Batson and Councillor Christensen, if they choose to, they can't enter in their names at this stage, because what happens is once you put your names in, that part is closed. So that was done in the last meeting where you put your hand up to be part of that committee. So no new names can be accepted at this stage. It is just the 4 names who had put their hand up at the time. So this is also for public to understand. And finally, I would still want to stay with the 3 members, and that is because really we're talking of fairness, but procedural fair, everything was gone through at the stage with all the consultation possible. We are just wanting a different number, because why? Let it be at the 3 numbers, put it to a vote and carry this forward. And that I truly believe is in the best interest of the community, that we are going ahead exactly with what our terms of reference have stated and what has been voted on by the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bella. Anyone else for?
Yes, I'm for the motion. I think that this is, as is being stated, it is the fairest thing. And regarding committees, I would like to have a point of clarification, because the mayor can put himself on any committee he wants besides any other one else being voted in. I just would like a point of clarification on that. So I only think it's fair if we have the whole 4, or we have to go through another process of foreshadowing another motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Button. Anyone else against? I'll also vote against it. I think having the 3 committee members is all we need for this CEO performance review. I think a small committee will make a sound decision, and probably the best outcome having 3. Thank you. Anyone else for? Anyone else against?
I'm for, yeah.
Yep.
I don't, as Deputy Mayor Christensen said, this is probably the most embarrassing thing to have to sit in front of our community. We've got sadly 3 councillors have resigned. We're down to 6. Everyone knows there's 4 wanting to go one way, 2 the other, and the 2 on the other aren't even happy if both of them, half and half on our committee, they don't want to share the committee. Both of them are on it. If it was fair to be one of them and 2 of us, but we're not even asking for that. We're asking for 2 and 2. There's 2. The mayor, as someone mentioned earlier, the mayor and Councillor Bello seem to be together on this. Obviously, there's
Point of clarification through the chair.
Yes, Councillor.
I would like to make a clarification here, and I'm allowed to do that at any point of time in the debate because it concerns me. Every decision that I have made till date, I have laid my reasonings for it. To ever say that anyone that I have always voted for what I feel. I do my homework, I attend all the briefings, I give the public my reasonings. Please take your statement back. Everything that I've ever done, I can only speak for myself. I have always laid those reasonings on the table. I have done my homework. It is not fair to make such a statement.
Councillor Gray.
I said, to clarify my statement, I said, you're with the Mayor on this. So which part are you confused?
I'm
Point of
again, but
Yes, good.
Happy for every councillor to use the standing orders that we've all have received plenty of copies for, and I do appreciate a member has called for a point of clarification. There is no need for debate before or after. Mr Mayor, I believe you'll understand that the standing order is very clear on the rulings and the procedural fairness when we're talking about points of clarification. So I ask yourself, if you don't understand, to ask the CEO to help you along the journey to understand what the correct process is for that, and I ask you to make a ruling and then get back to debate, please.
Okay, really is upheld. Councillor Rebella, continue. Councillor McRae.
I have made my point of clarification.
Okay. Yep.
Please let Councillor McCree continue. Thank you.
Councillor McRae.
Through the chair, is there are you asking, can I continue?
You're voting for still?
Okay, yeah, of course.
Okay.
So, going back to what I was saying, the obvious situation here is 2 and 2, or 4 councillors, or 3 councillors and the Mayor, 4 of us going on the committee with an independent, that gives us 5, so there's never a hung vote within that committee. It's obviously the independent person. It's like there's some serious paranoia floating around here that with the Mayor and Rebello and myself and Councillor Blanco being on the committee, they're voting against it because they're so paranoid that the independent person may side with us for some reason. I can't see any other logic in voting against this situation. Now, going back to, this is clearly needs to be laid on the table if it's not going to go with the 4, because it's the 4 that is the only thing that's going to get over the line. It's the fairest. It's the most democratic. Unfortunately, this is a majority vote, so we've got to have an absolute majority. We've got to have 5. If it was a simple majority, this would have been sorted out long ago. But the ridiculousness that we're fighting and arguing over a committee role and committee job of 4 people that want to do the job, I'm so embarrassed to make this speech in front of my community, in front of my fellow council members, that we've had 2 months and we still can't get this right. It's just absolutely absurd. And someone said before, we're moving it to 4 just to suit what? We're moving it to 4 to suit the democratic process, so you never have a hung vote. We're moving it to 4 councillors, so everyone that wants to be on it can be on it. Keeping it at 3 was an error at the beginning, and as Councillor Butson pointed out earlier, we could have voted for this committee. It wasn't about, we didn't put the committee off because we didn't have an independent person. It's a completely different agenda item to just putting the CEO recruitment panel together. We could have done this at Christmas time in December, and we said, no, let's do it when everyone's here. Let's be fair about this, and that's what we did. We had the 5 to do it. We had the 5 people that would have supported, absolute majority. 5 of us would have voted for this, and we thought, no, that's just not cool. And here we are. We come back, and 2 people come onto the committee. 2 people come on back to the council, and suddenly we can't make a decision. 5 out of 5 wanted to vote for it, and now we've got 2 people have come back, and because we've lost one of those 5, we can't get this over the line. It's absolutely embarrassing. It's a disgrace to democracy. I cannot believe that we're having this discussion.
Thank you, Councillor McRae. Councillor Black, you want to sum up?
I concur with Councillor McRae. You've heard what I've said about this motion. This is the fairest motion of them all, and we should be supporting this. It is the 4 councillors that have put their application forward to be on the selection committee. There is no reason why we can't move forward on this one. And there is no reason why we can't amend the terms of reference. Terms of reference, like I said before, is our document. We can change it if we like. The circumstances have changed. We've lost 3 council members. So whatever happened in December is clearly, different then to what it is now. And the fairest option for this council is to have more members on this, so we can debate. So we can debate it with, a range of different views. It's the most democratic way forward, and I'm amazed that we cannot agree that all the people that want to put their hand up for, to be on a committee like this, can't be, because some council members don't think that everyone should be on it. This is a very important a decision that needs to be made by the council. It's probably the biggest decision we'll ever make. Clearly, the others, don't come to a level like this, and it's good for all councillors to be on this committee, so they understand the selection process, so they understand the process moving forward. So I don't have any intention of stopping anyone that wants to be on there, and I believe that we should be changing the terms of reference. If only 4 councillors want to be on there, then let's do it, and let's get them on, and let's move this forward. So I implore council to support the motion, and let's get on with the job.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blanco. Can I put it to the vote? All those in favour? All those against? Motion lost. Who foreshadowed the... Oh, Councillor Bello.
I do need a seconder, don't I? Are you happy to second it?
Yeah, when it comes up. Okay. Okay, Councillor Bello for shadow. This is yours. Yeah. Okay, the council appoints the members of the CEO Recruitment Section Committee as Mayor Carter, Councillor McRae and Councillor Bello in accordance with CEO standards under Section 510 of the Local Government Act 1995 and the CEO Recruitment Performance Termination Policy and CEO Recruitment and Section Committee terms of reference. Yes, Councillor Bello, you'd like to move?
So moved.
Move. Okay. Is there a
Mr.
second?
Mayor, I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
Oh, sorry. Okay, you second it, Councillor? Yep. Okay. Yes, Mr. Blanco.
I'd like to foreshadow exactly the same motion as previously.
Okay, noted.
No changes.
Okay,
Same motion.
Yeah, noted. Okay, Councillor Rebello, talk to your motion.
All right.
Sorry. No, only for shadow. So was there against? No. There's no against. I just said, is there an against the motion? No one answered. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Oh, cool. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Bello.
All right. The motion that, and this is what I'm saying now, is also for public in the gallery and those listening in online. Just through the point of order through the chair, mobile devices aren't allowed to be used in council chambers. Just through the chair, point of order through the chair, mobile devices are not allowed to be.
Correct. Okay, continue, Councillor. Thank you.
The motion that you see up on the screen, I have already given you the reason why the other two councillors cannot be part of this, because we cannot add any more names to this at this stage, because the voting process is already on, and hence I've considered the names that are here at this time. Like I have said before, the terms of reference clearly gives us 3 persons. We cannot change rules that we make just to suit us. Right? And that is the reason why I would still stick with the 3 persons from the council on the committee. The reason I have chosen not to put Councillor Blanco's name are as follows, and these are just facts that I'm stating. And these were points that I did make behind closed doors. I'm very careful when I'm making these a year, but I'm just stating the facts. So he was part of the CEO recruitment committee, but did not or could not attend any of them. At that stage, he could have, not CEO recruitment, sorry, CEO performance committee. This is when we were all voted in October of 2023. For whatever reason, my understanding, none of the internal meetings were attended. If he could...
Point of order.
What is the point of order?
Sorry, that this is actually really got not into why a councillor cannot attend meetings or etc. This is about a CEO's performance and getting a committee, and it should not reflect on why Councillor Blanco does not turn up to things.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Councillor Barrow.
I will just state the facts then, as gently as possible. We need all of council who would attend all of these internal meetings and briefings to be present. And I can only take past history, so I'm being as gentle as possible. But again, I'm stating a fact. And because of that, I've put the 3 names that I have put. I would have put any of the other 2 councillors as well. If I could have done that at this stage, I would hope that the rest of council supports it. Again, I'm being respectful and as gentle as possible because I understand that this is a public forum. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Barrow. Councillor Christensen.
Rightio. Happy to second it, to continue debate, as I'm sure this may go for some time. So please buckle in, sit down at home, get ready for it because it's going to take a while by looks of things. So I will make my position as clear as possible. You can give me 2 councillors, 3 councillors, 4 councillors or 6 councillors and I will support any motion brought forward to me tonight because I have simple faith in any and every councillor that's on this committee. So I will continue to support any motion that is brought forward that provides any councillors on this committee because I've got faith in them. However, I do want to just call upon a few things here just to raise some relevance here to a few items that have been raised up through relating to procedural fairness. Now, it's important to understand that when talking about procedural fairness, it's fundamentally ensuring that fair process, free from bias and undue influence is taking place. Now, by increasing the numbers of members involved, in my opinion, you reduce the risk of a bias or conflict of interest taking part. Larger panels ensure that no individual or small group can dominate the discussion making or lead to, and also leads to greater fairness and impartiality, to my opinion. I ask that any members that are going to be calling on and cite that undue process or procedural fairness isn't being followed, explain to me personally, if you can, what principle of procedural fairness isn't being adhered to in relation to this. And the reason I ask that is because I'm assuming that the sentiments is related to council now amending a decision that was made previously. We've seen it happen here several times tonight that members of our governance team have interjected to ensure that good governance and that procedural fairness has taken place by ensuring that we fact-checked things that are happening. I would assume that if this was not procedural fair, and if this wasn't a good example of good governance, that we would have a conversation with our governance team to suggest that this is not appropriate, nor would it be, or is it ultra vires to us in our decision-making ability. So again, just wanted to bring that up and interested to see what other debates come out of it tonight. Yeah, that'll be me for tonight. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Christian. Anyone against? Councillor Blanco.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I actually, I was going to say, you know, something much along the same lines as what I said before, but I've just worked out that I can give Councillor Rebello a very good explanation that allows her to change her mind, because she has just given us a reason why she doesn't think I should be on this committee. And that's because I didn't turn up to the, and she's absolutely correct, I did not turn up to any of the CEO performance review, and I was selected by the council to be on that committee, and I didn't turn up to any of them. So, as the public would be aware, because it's been in the media, that, you know, I'm in a stoush with the town of Port Hedland over things that I said in, I think it was the November meeting, and now we're in the SAT arguing it out. So, when you read all of the inquiries into local governments, and there's about 25 of them, and I've said this many times, I've read them all from front to back, they're all about 1,000 pages long. It gives you a good understanding of, you know, what the process is and what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. And one of the things that came out in a lot of those inquiries, that if a council member has a breach put on them and they are attending performance reviews of the CEO, there becomes a bias. You know, so the council member has to remove himself from that decision-making until the complaint is finalised. So then there is no bias from the council member to the staff member. It's fair, you know, and through these inquiries, it's been outlined very clearly that, you know, a council member shouldn't be involving themselves with a CEO's performance review if, obviously, the CEO's got some complaint against them. So, because I know this, and because I've read the local government stuff extensively, I refrained from attending those CEO reviews, because I knew that if I did, I could be breached again for actually attending. So, the other issue that the public should be aware of is the legislation has changed now, so any breaches that are put on, you know, a council member remain confidential. You're not allowed to talk about them. So obviously, Councillor Rebello would not know that, you know, I had this breach on me. It's clearly evident now because, you know, it's in the public arena. But Councillor Rebello wouldn't have known that I had a breach against me because it's confidential. You're not allowed to talk about it. That's what the state government's changed the Local Government Act to reflect that and to ensure that these things aren't aired in the media. So, in saying all of that, I have given a reason why I have not attended those meetings. It's clearly in my best interest to not attend those meetings because I don't want any other breaches put against me. And it wasn't in the interest of the CEO who's put the complaint against me for me to be there because there would have been some sort of, you know, bias, or somebody would have thought there was to be some sort of bias. So, there you go. We should be fine now because, you know, that's how the Local Government Act works. And now we can obviously move forward. And I'm clearly against this motion. We have 4 councillors that have put their application in to be on this committee. We have the ability to change the terms of reference and allow 4 councillors to be on there. That advice has been given to us many times. So in saying that, I'm against this motion, and I have foreshadowed another motion to allow all 4 councillors on there. Now that I've given that extremely, well-presented explanation as to why I could not attend those meetings, I think the council should now, vote against this motion and support the motion to have all 4 council members on the selection committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Anyone 4? I'll also vote for Councillor Bellows' motion. I think the 3 councillors on there look pretty good, so I'll leave it as that. Thank you. Anyone against? Yes.
I agree with you, Mayor Carter. I think the 3 that are on there are fantastic, but I think we're not going through. It's extremely unfair to leave one councillor out who's obviously passionate about this. He's born and bred in the town. He's lived here longer than the 3 people on the sheet in front of us combined. So it just makes no sense to me to just have the 3 of us when we've got the opportunity for 4, and then we don't have to deal with a hung vote at any stage through the election of the chair of the committee or election of or selecting candidates coming to the shortlist. So again, it's just it's a no-brainer. It's the democratic process should be very clear. There's an absolute majority here of us, obviously not a technical absolute majority, but there's 4 here versus 2 wanting something, and of course 2 people want to stand in the way of that. So again, I just I don't see any reason to for the 3 that are there when we can have 4 and make the whole process so much easier.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Anyone 4? Those against? Councillor Bellows, do you want to sum up?
I have made most of my points known until now. The statement that 2 people want to stand in the way, well, it is democracy. Are we going to change numbers? Are we going to change this just because we don't have the numbers? Is that the intention then? I will put that intention out to the rest of council as well. So be careful when you make these statements. Because it is a democracy. It is what we voted on in the past. We are following the rules here. I do not see why a person cannot vote based on what they feel is the right decision they are making. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bellows. We'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour of the motion? 3. Those against? 3. Who's the casting vote? It's 4. 4-3. I'm going to call a 10-minute recess. Sorry? Yeah. At 7:26 p.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, people of homeland, internet land, welcome back. Councillor Blanco, your foreshadow motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll just move the foreshadow motion.
Which is on the screen coming up. Is that your motion there, Councillor? Just checking.
That is, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Blanco's motion? Councillor Butson.
Through the chair, if I may, move a procedural motion.
Yes, Councillor Christensen.
As per Standing Orders 12.1, I request that we lie this motion on the table to allow us to proceed to ordinary business to start with, and if we wish to at a later date, to bring this back when expected, please.
Yep. Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Is there anyone against?
Yes,
Who against? Okay.
There's no debate. It goes to a vote.
Right. Yep. All those in favour? There's a simple majority. Delay on the table. Delay on the table. Hands up. Councillor Hudson? Yeah. Okay. Against? Okay. Motion's lost. Okay.
Correction, please. Can you just state the motion lost? Can you
Motion's
just
passed. Sorry. Yeah. Motion's passed. Sorry. Yeah. It's okay. Okay. Councillor. Is it your motion?
No, we now move to the next order of business, which is the.
Oh, we're going to go that.
Yeah,
Sorry, that
financial
later.
section.
Okay. All right. So we'll go back to that later on. Yeah. Let's go back to the order of business. Where were we? 12.1 point. 12.1.1. 12.1.1. There we go. Okay, let's move on to reports of officers 12.1 corporate services. We have officer arrangement before us that requires a simple majority vote. The council, 1, received the monthly financial report, and 2, note that accounts paid under delegated authority, and 3, received the purchasing credit card statements, and 4, received the investment summary report, and 5, received the year-to-date budget actual report by director, and 6, received the capital listing report for the period ending 31 January 2025. Can I have a mover, please?
I have a question on that, Mr Mayor.
Certainly, Councillor.
Just under the number 2, the accounts paid under delegated authority.
Yes.
I just have a question on the amount paid to the Port Hedland International Airport. That was asked at the question time of 1.1 million. And can I get the information relating to the council approvals that allowed this to be paid? When the budget allocation, when council approved it in the budget, and I see that this there is, you know, the amount has been paid, but we've also paid in August 2024. We paid $432,000 to the same company, and now this is 1.1 million. Again in January, well over the delegation. So I need to know how, when council approved the payments, which agenda item, you know, the all of the info relating to how we paid that without council approval, and also why that amount is in the Q2 budget review as a amendment So my understanding is if it was approved, it really shouldn't be in there as an amendment to the budget. So can I make sure that that is that those questions are answered, Mr. Mayor, and that it's listed in the agenda that I've asked those questions? I need to know the answers to those.
Certainly, Councillor. Director Steve, do you want to answer that question?
Yep. Thank you, and through the Mayor. The Port Hedland monies that you're referring, international airport monies that you're referring to there, has been a funding allocation over 2 years. In 23-24, there was an amount of $900,000 which we carried over into the carry forward reserve. And after adopting the 24-25 budget, which also had another allocation in it for over $1 million, we brought that money out of reserve as part of our Q1 budget amendment. And you can refer to Council Resolution CM 20245/103 in July, and that brought that in /103. 20245/183. Now, this will probably help understand some of the Q2 budget review questions with regards to that report. There is an absolute majority decision required there to adopt a new statement of financial activity. And what that is doing is it is picking up not only the mid-year review recommendations, but all the budget adjustments, amendments that have gone through prior to that point. So that is why you're seeing a $900,000 item in there for the Port Hedland International Airport as well. Even though it's already been pre-endorsed by Council, it is for inclusion with an amendment of the Statement of Financial Activity as well. So it looks confusing. It looks like it's all happening at mid-year, but the mid-year Q2 budget amendment is just reflecting that we are changing the Statement of Financial Activity to pick up the mid-year review items and including all those previous council decisions under Section 6H.
Thank you. Does that clarify?
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, so is there a mover on that motion? Councillor Christensen, thank you. Councillor Christensen, is there a seconder? Councillor McRae, thank you. Anyone against the motion? Motion's passed. Thank you, councillors. 12.1.2, the 2024-25 Q2 budget review. We have an opposite recommendation before us that requires an absolute majority vote. That Council 1 accepts the mid-year budget review report, and 2 adopts the Town of Port Hedland advised annual budget 2024-25 financial activity, and 3 authorises the Chief Executive Officer to submit a budget review to the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries. Is there a mover, please? Motions. Councillor Christensen's move it. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Is there a seconder? Councillor Butson. Anyone against?
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Don't everyone rush at once. I guess to quantify my reasoning for my delay in moving is, while I'm not completely content with the document as it sits, there's going to be some amendments I wish to move in due process. I just didn't want this to lapse because this council's got into a pretty bad habit of allowing items to just lapse with no direction provided to the administration. So I definitely wanted to make sure that this item was first put on the table. We've got a mover and a seconder now. And I guess now we'll start to understand questions, concerns, and some queries that individuals have in relation to the Q2 budget and some of the concerns they have. So I'll be pretty frank and pretty honest with my own self on some of the concerns I had in relation to this, and it relates to some of the items that have been raised by the community members and by Councillor Blanco just recently in relation to the $900,000 of additional funds required for the Port Hedland International Airport. So for these sort of examples, I think what I'll be doing in due course, we'll be making some amendments to the officer's recommendation to retract that from the program with an intent that the administration bring it back to us as a standalone item for us to take for its merits. We've done this several times before. It's no different to if we have, after 2 months of approving a budget, we will normally see administration come to us with additional money required for certain items. So I think it's onus on us to do our due diligence when we look at these sort of documents. That's just one of the ones I've picked up. So what I will do first and foremost is allow this debate to continue for now, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. And we'll listen to what everyone has to say in relation to it. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Blanca, Councillor Butson.
I've just got a couple of questions on it. The summary of the income and expenditure as to how this finance has not been utilised in the budget expenditure of your expected 5.6 million.
Sorry. Point of order through the chair, if I may. Clearly,
yeah.
That we remove a procedural motion that we suspend standing orders and allow for these questions to be heard and answered by the director, please.
Yeah. Okay. You moving this?
Just a point of reference, if I can ask through yourself, if I can ask from the governance to have the precise wording for that procedural motion that we do regularly, please.
That's the one. Okay, Councillor Christensen, a procedural motion that Councillor suspend standing orders clause 18.2. You've got to move that, Councillor. The seconder. Councillor Butson. Is anyone against? Okay. Good.
Well, it's not for me. It was for the purpose that we had a question asked, and you can't be asked it during debate.
Sorry, Councillor Button.
Again, it's doing it. There's a ghost in here. The summary of the income and expenditure as how this finance has not been utilised in the budget expenditure of your expected 5.6 million, but I'm happy to take that on notice because I can talk to you about that later. And the second one was on page 24, could you please advise the purpose of the transfer of the 2.8 million to the strategic reserve as you indicated in future projects, page 31. Pretty sure it's 31.
Do you want to take that on notice, Councillor? Yeah.
Thank you. There's two amounts contributing towards the strategic reserve. You may recall that the rating strategy quarantines any new rate growth that we receive. We've had $1.8 million in interim rates come through, so that's going straight off to that reserve. Also, with the net windfall allowance for some increases in costs and funding certain items which we had intended initially to fund from reserves, but actually taking it out of other windfall money instead, the net amount of that is also being quarantined to go across back into reserves. So that's what would equal that.
You have no other questions, Councillor? Okay, do you want to suspend standing orders come out? Yep, and move it. Is there a seconder? Thank you. You're against? Okay, let's go back. Councillor Butson. You're for? No, nothing else? Okay. You're against? Councillor Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. My reading of the Q2 budget review is that, you know, a total revenue increases add up to about 5.4 million, and we've made savings on employee costs about 900,000. So when you have a look at the results after we pass this, there really doesn't seem to be any advantage to the ratepayers. So we kept our rates at 0% increase, and we've had these windfalls of extra revenue come in. Yet, you know, the end of the year results will see that these extra monies that have come in will basically be absorbed by, you know, the operations of the town. Now, if council members remember, we also stopped, you know, the purchase of real estate, which was, you know, quite a few $1 million, and we cut the expenditure relating to cleaning expenses. You know, that was 600K. You know, so throughout the year we stop, you know, these extra expenses that come to us. And the way that I see it is, I would expect that, you know, those extra expenses, you know, are covered within the budget that we have that we've approved originally. Now, the reason I say that is there's a few reasons, and like I've said, we have savings on employee costs, but the original budget, when we developed it, it was about this budget being a business as usual budget, and there was no extra expenditure. So then we could, you know, drill down to find out where the money is going and why we're spending, you know, huge amounts of money. Remember, you know, the people would have remembered I talked about, you know, a budget of 90 million, and we spent 180 million. You know, that was, you know, obviously confirmed, you know, because of previous decisions from council, and you know, it all ended up that we were spending big heaps of money, more than the council actually thought we'd spent. Now, when there's major increases in income, you know, for this period, and then there's major rollovers from the previous year, from unfinished allocations from, you know, the last year's budget, whether it be, you know, operational or what's the other word? Operational or capital, yes. We don't seem to see any changes, you know, in the outcome of the budget that benefit, you know, the ratepayers. We effectively absorb the increases of income and unspent money into the numbers, and then roll on as nothing has changed. And the end result of that is that the development of the next budget will start with the cost of doing business outlook being the same amount as this year's finished expenditure. Meaning, we don't look at the increased revenue through the year as a benefit to the ratepayers and ways we can reduce rate increases for the community in a following budget. What we do is accept the budget adjustments and then increase the rate base at the end of the year for the next period. So any additional rate revenue throughout the budgeted year, really doesn't benefit the ratepayers at the end of the day. And, this is the way budgeting, in local government, I've seen this is the way that it normally always ends up, with increases to rates. And I'm not in support of it. And if there is any changes that need to be, complied with the Act or expenditure, I'm sure we can find those adjustments in the original numbers or the original budget that do not increase the original budget allocation. And that way we can start decreasing expenditure and costs to the people. And when I mean costs to the people, I mean to the ratepayers, reducing rates and saving on the next budget as rate reductions. And the reason I say that is because, in 2018, 2019, our budget, for rate income was around the 20 million, 22, 24 million. And now we've got, 76 million or 78 million, whatever it is. And I really don't see, the advantages to ratepayers. So I suppose we need to lean out our expenditure. And the way to do that is to stick to our original budget, to create advantages through the extra money that has come in, and to identify that extra money and then put it towards decreasing rates for the, for the ratepayer in Headland. And, that's our job as council members, to find ways of reducing the cost to the people. And, that's something that, we should try and do without fail. Just accepting these increases when, clearly we have windfalls of extra money coming in, is not something that I'm going to support. I've been my position has been the same at the last budget, and my position is the same now. So we need to start looking hard at this and finding ways of reducing the cost to the people, considering that our income, over the last 5 or 6 years has increased exponentially. The increase hasn't been this big for any local government across this state. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Anyone's for? Anyone's against? Anyone's for? Yes, against?
I'd like to speak for.
Yes, Councillor.
Let me start out by saying that we had 2 workshops where we went through all of the amendments line by line. We were not happy with the first one. We then conducted a second one. Whilst I am completely in support of making things affordable to ratepayers, and I hear that and I support that, probably this may not be the best way of doing it, and I'll just clarify why. So the additional revenue, because I don't know how much can be seen in attachments, but I'd like to reiterate, has come from new mining leases, not really from ratepayers, and also from additional interest revenue because the interest rates were up. They are being transferred to strategic reserve and it is very important to do that. I would also like here to say that I feel like the administration is doing is doing a financially wise thing by moving it to a strategic reserve, which allows us to fund our future projects. And so instead of going the loan route of taking loans, you use your own money to do it. We also have transferred to depreciation, and that is to be able to replace assets. So we are doing a financially, wise thing. The next thing I would like to state is that this is a mid-year review, and mid-year reviews are always conducted where you correct yourself. Not correct is the wrong word, where you sort of take stock of what has happened in the past 6 months and how best to now navigate the next 6 months. So it's a very normal thing to do a mid-year review, and which then is submitted to the department. And lastly, I'd like to state, not only in the year that has passed, even the year before that, there were no rate increases. So this is for the public to know as well, that it's been done in the past as well. But anyways, as I'm happy to look at the amendments that that Deputy Mayor will suggest, but I'm happy to support it at this, support what is in front of me at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone else against? Anyone else for? Someone?
Righto. Just to safeguard the position, I wish to foreshadow a motion, please, in case it doesn't get up.
Yes, certainly, Councillor.
I think the administration have it just in case. It is to receive, to change the wording from adopts to receive, and therefore taking the vote from absolute to a simple majority required, please. And then I'll see how that goes and how it looks, then I'll continue with my closing statement if you don't mind. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've already checked, and you don't need an absolute because you're not adopting a new budget.
Okay. I'll wait till the wording comes up.
Can I just clarify the outcome of that to change to a simple? Means the budget doesn't change. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to put it to the vote. You want to talk to these? Yeah. Yep. Close out.
Right. Don't get too carried away with that item, ladies and gentlemen. That is, again, there as a backup. I'll try and persuade everybody to pass this current budget with my wisdom of the money, which is not very usually fast. But I've taken heed of some of the comments made from Councillor Blanco, and I'll try my best to, I guess, explain through some of these windfalls and where that money goes. And I'll try and draw it back to my insistence as much as I can with this council group on council holding themselves to account on every time we are asked to approve money outside of the budget. It's usually the first thing I tell everybody. Very rarely have I been a part of a conversation where we're asked for more money and council never asks the question, where's it coming from? What's going to be substituted for this? It's never the conversation. This is the whole purpose, ladies and gentlemen, as to the reason as to why, because eventually the piper comes calling. We are left now having to pay for the decisions that have been made throughout the year. Councillor Blanco is very correct in suggesting that we've had the $1.8 million windfall through the revenue. Councillor Rebello, I will personally pull you up on just one thing, regardless of if it comes from mining or mining or residential. They're all ratepayers in my mind. Money coming for rates, in my mind, is a ratepayer. So we owe them just as much respect and due diligence of their funds as we do for the residential members of the community. But that said, again, $1.8 million has come through. You're correct, in the new mining leases. An additional, windfall was 3.6 million through to the additional interest that we got from our cash holdings that we were unexpectedly received. And Councillor Blanco, if I'm paraphrasing correctly, I believe you're concerned that that number doesn't reflect directly through to the end statement at the end of it, saying that you don't see I'm assuming $3-4 million increase to that number. So I'll draw a reference to councillors and to the community's attention that throughout the year we've seen an increase to projects and funds in relation to the $100,000 to the new CEO in the position that we've approved, council decision. The increase to the cleaning maintenance contract of $1.2 million, council decision. Increase to CCTV network maintenance of $216,000, council decision. Increase to the precinct structure plan of $250,000, council decision. You add all those up together and you have just shy of $2 million. So we have to pay for that at some way down the line, and this is one of those reasons why I'm assuming we haven't seen a direct correlation between windfalls versus, I guess, the windfall at the end of the year, for lack of a better terminology. I'll also draw to your reference that we have seen a massive hit to the expected money that we were expecting to receive, being the $1.7 million through proceeds on land sale, being our Kingsford Smith Business Park. So straight away, we're now looking at nearly $3.7 million that we have not recognised, A, because we didn't receive it, or B, because we've spent it above and beyond ourselves. And we, again, we're the ones who spent that $2 million. It was requested, we've approved it. So we have to pay that piper, and this is where we pay that piper, is at Q2. I will draw reference, as Councillor Rebello has, the transfer to the strategic reserve of the $1.8 million. The administration has done exactly what they said they will do and quarantine any windfalls through our rates and through our ratepayers, which goes directly to these fun and exciting projects that we wish to get off the ground with our master plans, etc. So they've been very deliberate and very concise with their delivery, in my mind, on what they were going to do with the funds, and from what I can see, they can do that. Again, more than happy to stand corrected if I'm misreading this incorrectly. It's as much as I can debate and talk through the money, because again, I'm not a financial expert and I don't claim to be, but I have read multiple times the reports and the attachments that have been provided to us to try and rack my brain to gain an understanding. I hope that understanding has come to fruition, and I hope I'm reading it correctly. Am I completely satisfied with those, with everything on this? No. And I guess this is where I will move an amendment to the officer's recommendation currently, where I request a, for lack of a better word, please correct me, governance team, if I'm mistaking this wrong, but a part 4 is suggesting that we remove the increased works at the PHIA of $900,000, allowing the administration to bring this as a standalone item. Now, I'll ask that through the chair if that can be done through an amendment, or if it vacates the actual intent and has to be done through an alternative motion, please.
I'll check with Tom. Yeah.
Can I just ask, what's the amendment for? What?
Well, because currently we're debating something that accepts the current document as it's written. I'm not happy with the $900,000 increase to the Port Ellen Airport, and unless it comes back to council to make another decision at a later date.
Yeah. Yeah. Thought to explain that, please, Steve. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, it's not an increase of $900,000, and I'm sorry for the misunderstanding if it comes across that way in the Q2 budget review. The report is written to reflect all decisions that have been made since the budget was adopted. And one of those was to amend into it the carryovers from 23-24, which is the $900,000 that was funding set aside for this in the 23-24 year. When you add that to the 24-25 allocation of another mill, that's what gave the $1.9 million set aside to pay for that this year.
Okay. Does that clarify?
That's the whole purpose of me asking for that to take out and then that come back as a standalone item. I don't see why we can't have it brought back to us next council meeting to amend it to the budget at a later date if we need to, like we have for the last $2 million of funds that are there.
So your amendment number 4, is that right? Yep. So, yeah, Steve, yeah.
Perhaps before through the chair, perhaps before deferring to governance on the procedural aspect of that, just bear in mind that you've already had 2 decisions to set aside the funding, which have been endorsed by council, okay, and perhaps you might need to give me the details as to when the contract part went through, but you've already got the expenditure that's gone through as well. So we can't undo, we can't go back in time, essentially.
Oh, yes,
yeah.
But it says here increased works at, so again,
it's worded poorly. I apologise.
Okay, so do you want to remove that?
If it stays in, it changes my vote. So I'm happy either way. Either way, we'll get to a resolution. It's
all right. Okay. So yes, sorry, Carly. Yeah.
Sorry, if I can just add to that through you, Mr. Mayor. So the original resolution for the amount of $1.9 million was made on the 26th of August 2020, and the budget allocations have now been were originally 23-24, then 24-25, and that's where the shift has gone. There's no increase. The original resolution for the original amount still stands. It's just a change in the years that they're now being executed in.
Okay. Thank you, Director. That's it.
So then have we seen that carry forward every year in every budget that we've seen come through?
Steve?
Again, through the chair, the agreement was entered into prior and then funding set aside for it initially in 23-24 and then again the balance in 24-25.
Okay, thank you. That's your question, Councillor? Yeah. Okay, so we'll now put it to the vote then. Okay, all those in favour? All those in favour for the budget, as it was?
Finished debate?
Sorry, yeah.
Have we finished debate?
Yes, we finished the debate, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, all those in favour?
Just to clarify, it is with the revised wordings or?
As is. As is on the agenda. Items 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So all those in favour of the budget as of its recommendation on the screen? Those against? Okay. Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk to Sarah? Do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk? No. Okay. Okay. Motion's lost 4-2. Sorry.
I think, Ms.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. You for shadow motion? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to be clear on the impact of losing that. Undertaking the quarterly review of the budget is a requirement Had that been received, I believe the requirement would have been met, even though the budget changes wouldn't have taken place. The fact that it's been lost, could I get clarification? Pardon?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, it's okay. Okay, this is your foreshadow motion? Yep, okay. So Councillor Christensen's foreshadow motion is that council receive the media budget review report and 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to submit the budget review to the Department of Local Government Sport and Cultural Industries, which requires a simple majority vote. Okay, is there, you'll move the motion? Yeah. Is there a seconder? Councillor Butson, okay. Would you move it? Oh, I saw your hand, sorry. So Councillor McRae, okay. Seconder. Okay. Is anyone against? No. Motion's passed. Okay. Done. Okay. Okay, this one again. Catch up. There we go. This one. 12.1.3. Good report.
Yes, so Mr Mayor, this is item 12.1.3, Corporate Business Plan Quarterly Report 2024-25 Quarter 2.
Okay, thank you. So of the arrangement before us that requires a simple majority vote, the council received the Corporate Business Plan Quarter Report 24-25 Quarter 2 as per attachment 1. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr Mayor, could I have a question on that?
Yes.
We deferred that from the last meeting. What has there been any changes to the item from the last meeting?
If I may suggest an alternative motion.
I don't think was it.
Just has there
I
been any
don't-
change?
I think Councillor Christensen is proposing an alternate motion.
Was that right, Councillor? Yep. Nope. That's your alternative motion.
There's been several conversations behind the scenes with this, and I've sent through a pretty big document which requires some substantial amount of time and administration time to go through, and we've got commitment from the administration to address that point by point, and then also allow us to have that briefing next time one of these documents comes to council before the OCM.
Just to clarify, just in my view, the motion is the same. We're receiving the report. Okay,
Yep.
that's fine. Yeah, right.
Okay, so you mover, Councillor Blanco? Move it. Okay. Okay. Councillor Blanco, seconder. Councillor Christensen, anyone against? Motion's passed. Thank you. Done. Next one. (12.1.4) Policy Review Program. We have two office recommendations before us that requires a simple majority vote. Recommendation 1, the council adopts a policy displayed on the screen. Actually, we can read that.
Mr Mayor, I have some issues with some of these policies.
What are the issues, council?
Just one dot point on the live streaming 1-015, which is a 14-day time frame for making recordings available. Oh, actually, there's another one. The second one is the 5-year retention period for archiving the records, I was under the impression that we're required to keep them for 30. So the reason I am against the 14 days because these meetings are live streamed already. So I don't understand why we would wait 14 days. We live stream the meetings, everyone sees it, and then we wait 14 days to release the live stream. That just doesn't compute with me. And the other thing is, are we required to keep it for 30 years, or has the legislation changed now to require the local government to only keep records for 5 years?
Yes, Steve, Councillor Tom.
Thank you. Through the chair, the 14 days is the maximum amount of time that is prescribed. We often achieve well within that time frame, but there is a necessary delay at times when the reviewing of the video has to occur, just to make sure there's nothing defamatory and things like that, okay? Because you can't obviously just publish it as is, okay? If there's something which needs to be reconsidered, that's the reason for it. But it's the 14 days is just to keep in line with what the maximum amount of time it is for you to publish. But as I said, we often exceed that in a much shorter period.
Okay.
Just
Thank you.
additionally to that, my understanding of the Local Government Act was that the local government can't be taken for defamation. I think we've got clear guidelines in the Act where, that just doesn't happen. Am I correct or incorrect on that?
It could be items like people's personal details, etc. as well, address things like that, which would be other considerations we'd be reviewing the tape for. And just with regards to 30 years, my understanding under the State Records Keeping Act or State Records Act of 2020 is it's 5 years, not 30 years.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor?
There's something else in the related party disclosure policy. There is a new addition in there called ordinary citizen transaction. And effectively what it sounds like there is where council members use facilities that are not the same conditions as the public, and then we've got to declare that we are using the facilities. The way I read it is, for instance, if we are attending the council chambers on a meeting, say a confidential briefing, well, clearly the members of the public are not allowed to attend. Then we'd have to declare so is that a new addition that has been legislated, or is that something that's been dreamt up by someone?
Do you want to answer that, Steve?
Thank you. Through the chair, if you refer to the document that has the tracked changes, you can see that that was an existing aspect of the current policy that we're suggesting to be maintained.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions, Councillor?
The section in there was clear. It says add new separate section 4. That's straight out of the text. I haven't seen ordinary citizen transaction before. The other issue with that is it seems to me the way that it's worded that that could mean, for instance, customers coming to my business, and I've got hundreds of them. That's an ordinary citizen transaction. Customers coming to any council member's business, you know, I'm hard pressed remembering councillors' names. How am I going to remember all my customers' names? So, you know, that there is where I start to worry about these new regulations that are put into policies. I think we should lighten our regulations up and not further complicate them, because we then become, you know, targets of complaints. Anyway, those are the two areas that I have a concern with on these policies.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor.
Question as well, if you don't mind, Mr Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, and apologies if this has already been answered. A fairly sizable amount of data we've received over the last week and a bit. I raised questions in relation to that same policy, the live streaming and recording of council meetings policy, and I was asked to see if that was going to contradict existing policies that we have already in place in relation to recording of council meetings, seeing as this document doesn't clearly articulate exactly what meetings we are alluding to when it comes to the recording of council meetings, and I'm using bunny ears there. So if I can ask if the checks were completed and if there is a contradiction between the two policies, please.
Certainly. I can go and answer that for you. Just give him a second. Did you want to answer?
Yeah, through the chair, it actually expanded the definition to include council, committee and electors meetings. Apologies, I haven't seen your request for information, so I'm uncertain on that specific one.
Okay, thank you.
So again, so then my question is, because this policy is very similar to one that we've already established, being the recording of those other meetings that we've spoken around, which is the briefings and etc., where we allow for members, the people who are presenting to us, to decide whether or not they want it to be recorded, for example. This document calls out that it must be recorded, is the way I read it. So in my mind, it could contradict, in my mind, the previous.
So through the chair again, this policy only relates to council proceedings as defined just then. So only the proceedings of council that include council meetings, committee meetings and electors meetings. So it doesn't extend to those briefings that you might hold. I think where there is potentially more overlap is actually the electronic attendance policy, and I did go through that one and check to ensure that things were talking to each other in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bella, yeah?
One more, just further to what Councillor Christensen has said, in terms of committee, we only, and live streaming of that, we mean the ARC, or we mean any other? Because you've said council meetings, special council meetings, electors meetings. What does committee stand for?
Through the chair again, that is a good question. Committees that are required to be open to the public because they have a delegation. The Town of Port Hedland only has one at the current time, and that is the Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee. Other committees that are established for other purposes would remain behind closed doors.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's get back to the minutes. Is there a mover for that policy? Did you do? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bello. Is anyone against the motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Christensen, let's move forward.
These 6 current policies that we're trying to adopt and the other 2 that we're trying to rescind is a massive amount of work that the administration's undertaken to try and streamline and, I guess, reduce the complexity, as one councillor just related to, that's there. Also, while trying to update everything, because there were several concerns that I know I've raised over my 3 years being here. The fact that we've always had policies and documents lying in the abyss, either being forgotten about or not being updated. So, outside of not understanding what other councillors' concerns and issues are related to individual or the process in which that has been undertaken here, I'll reserve some other comments, whereas I'm comfortable with the 6 documents presented to adopt those as policies. Mr Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Rebello.
Again, in this case, not much to add, but at the agenda feedback 2 weeks ago, we went through each of these policy sort of either changes or each of the points that are part of this item, almost line by line. And each policy was taken up by itself, like looked at in itself. I've also listened to the reservation that the person against has, and it seems to me that those points have been answered. And so for that reason, I would move this policy. I would move all of these and move to rescind the two that we are. So we are doing what we are meant to be doing. We have reviewed it internally. The questions asked have been answered. And so just get on with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Barlow. Someone against? Councillor Blanco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm definitely getting on with it. I'm not going to vote for anything that I'm unhappy with. And you would clearly understand that through my objection to many things. I object to the live streaming not going out, and I also don't like the related party disclosure policy. Just those points that I talked about. The policies are, for council to decide and for the council to abide by. I can see some problems with some of these, specific line items. That's going to create issues, in the public and for us as well. There's some great examples coming out of the US at the moment on what the US government is doing in relation to decreasing the bureaucracy, if you like, of government. And I'm all for that, and I think we should be reducing the amount of rules that we have in place that effectively restrict us as elected representatives from doing anything. That's all I have to say. Clearly if the council accepts the policies, well, it's only a simple majority. I'm sure you can pass it even without my support. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blanco. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Sum up, please, Councillor Christian.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks everyone for debates again. Not much more to add. I'm just a bit disappointed that I'll speak on behalf of myself, but I'm assuming that I'd speak on behalf of all councillors with a feeling that I don't think anyone would get in the way or stand in anybody's way if they had concerns, issues or bereavements in relation to any policy that's put forward to council. You're right in saying that the policy is the remit of the council and councillors. But again, we've had every opportunity to be able to partake in that journey with this administration. We all know that this was put to us before the original OCM date. This was moved forward. I would only suggest that if the councillor to my left, Councillor Blanco, wishes to object to these sort of things, that you try and do it in a timely manner, which allows the administration to make some adjustments and council here to make an informed decision when it comes to matters and issues raised. Because quite clearly, in my opinion, if we only just raise it during the OCM where we're meant to be having the decision made, it's not going to be conducive to the decision being a informed one. So, really do encourage not just himself but every councillor, if they have concerns or queries, that we start to find ways to actually bring that to the forefront so council can have those in-depth conversations and try and work on a way how we can appease councillors before we come to a decision-making forum. So that aside, I think we should encourage councillors to endorse the officer's recommendation number 1 and go from there. Thanks for that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christian. Okay, we'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried 5-1. Okay, recommendation number 2. That council surrender the policy shown on the screen, which is 1027 surveillance payment policy, and 3003 subsidies and allowances. Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. A seconder? Councillor McRae, thank you. Is anyone against the motion?
Which one is this?
What, resident, number two. Yep, okay. Is anyone against? Okay, motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. I can move on to item number 12.1.5. We're up to 12.1.5 to make sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, option 3. Acknowledges appreciation services. We're on 12 point.
Unless the public agenda has changed, that's what I pulled off the public agenda.
On number 2. Page 50. It's in the report. It's not on the. Yeah. Yeah. I don't.
And a question on that, Mr. Mayor, before we move into it.
Okay. We'll get to number 3 after we do number 1 and number 2.
What was that?
We'll do number 3 after we do recommend number 1 and number 2 first. Then we'll go to number 3. You want to remove number 3, correct?
I was going to move option 3. Yes. What did you need to speak up? I can't hear.
Sorry, just a little bit.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, page 49 of the agenda sets out 3 options for dealing with the officer's recommendation. The officer's recommendation so the officer's recommendation was that the 2 resignations be noted. Point 3, the acknowledgement of appreciation of the service of contributions of Councillor Rents and Councillor Turner, and authorising the CEO to apply to the Electoral Commission, Commissioner requesting approval under section 4.17 of the Local Government Act for Councillor Tim Turner's office to remain vacant. Then there was a second
recommendation.
Yeah. Recommendation.
Which was here.
Yeah.
The council authorises Chief Executive Officer to request a quotation, which is rather the Commission.
Yes, so the report then gave three options for dealing with those, Mr. Mayor. Option 1 was to adopt the officer's recommendation. Option 2 was an alternate officer's recommendation. And option 3 was a second alternative option. And that's the one that Councillor Blanco is moving. And that's now on the screen. That's the council notes the resignation of Sven Arentz effective 28th of January, notes the resignation of Tim Turner effective 5th of February, acknowledges with appreciation the service and contributions of Sven Arentz and Tim Turner to the town of Port Hedland community, and 4, authorises the Chief Executive Officer to request a quotation from the Western Australian Electoral Commissioner for conducting an extraordinary election to fill council vacancies created by Sven Arentz Rences and Tim Turner's resignation at the earliest practicable date. So the proposal there is that the election be held for the 2 vacancy.
For the which date?
There's no date.
At the earliest practicable date.
Yeah.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor, on that. Just in relation to the difference between getting the Electoral Commission to do it and us doing it ourselves as a local government. We have done it before. Why are we not putting that option forward? And is that option cheaper, Mr. Mayor?
I'm not sure, until we get a quote from this Electoral Commission to find out. Till we get a quote, Councillor, I can't answer that question.
Through the chair, can I put an amendment to the alternate motion just to include what Councillor Blanco just said, that we authorise the CEO to request the quotation and the time frame for the soonest possible election, and also if the CEO can look at running the election ourselves and see which is sooner, because obviously we've got big decisions to make in the next little while, and we need to let the democratic process take its place. So we really need an election to get bums on seats in here so we can get decisions made.
Can I ask that we pick a motion first?
Yeah,
second it, have it on the table, then we can make the amendments, please.
Let's get motion one. Let's get recommendation number 1 first. Okay. Okay. So we have
hang on, Mr. Mayor. Hang on. What? Where are we going now? Well, my understanding is we got the alternative
motion,
3.
yeah, I want to get the alternative motion so we know what it is before we go back to number 1.
No, can we slow it up? I wanted to move option 3.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what are we doing? I requested to move it. Are you going to ask for a seconder on that or not?
I need a seconder on that.
Okay.
I'll second that.
A second. Okay. Okay. Is anyone against option number 3? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Second. Debate. Yeah. Mover, seconder, and against on option number 3. Your alternative motion.
Okay, so I'm up. Am I? Who voted against? Okay, right.
Yep. Did you want to add something? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to add an amendment to it. Sorry, it keeps turning off. If the CEO could request the quotation and the time frame, because obviously with the state election and the federal election coming up, I'm sure they're going to put it back for 2 or 3 months and recommend that we do something in October. We need something clearly before that, so it's probably more about time frame than it is about price. But we need to have the CEO to request the quotation and the time frame from the WAEC, and then also give us a time frame of running an election ourselves.
Okay, let's put that up.
Through the chair, we can do the amendment as the council has requested, but I will note the last time we brought this item to council, we did include all that information in that report. So if you're happy for us to carry that information across and include some timelines around the electoral process itself, as you know, got to issue the rolls, wait a certain amount of time, all those sorts of things. So we can include that information, and we probably don't need an amendment to have that direction from you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you. Okay.
Yep. So council has requested an amendment.
Yep.
Can we ask if he wishes to now pull that amendment, or if he wishes to continue? Because at the end of the day, it's a council decision.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you happy with that, council?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thank you, Tom. If that, so long as we have those 2 options available to us, I saw those in the documentation, but certainly we definitely need to know which is the quickest, because obviously time is of the essence.
Yeah, that we noted. Okay. Okay, mover, Councillor Blanco.
Is the final motion up on the screen, or there's
This
additions to that?
This is the other motion to it that Tom spoke about putting Councillor McRae's item on there as well. Is that right, Councillor?
No, Mr Mayor, it's going to remain the same.
Is it around the same?
It's remaining the same.
Remaining the same. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, Councillor Blanco. Yes. Microphone, Councillor.
It's obvious that, you know, we have some issues making decisions, and if that's the case, then we should follow the democratic process as fast as we can, fill the positions, even though it is a small time frame. I think the best option moving forward for the Town of Port Hedland Council is to fill these positions as soon as we can. You know, I see that the option 3 had replacing Sven's Arentz's position. His position was going to be replaced anyway, regardless whether we did any of the other councillors. So, because he's still got a 3-year term, you know, just under 3 years to go. So, while we're doing Sven's, we might as well fill Councillor Turner's position as well. It doesn't cost any more, and hopefully we can fill those 2 positions, which I think we can quite easily at a extraordinary election, and you know, that would clearly give the council options on moving forward with significant decision making that you know, we're clearly having issues with at the moment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blanco. Councillor McRae.
Yeah, I reiterate what Councillor Blanco said. It's if we're running an election for 1, why not for 2? It's no extra cost, and obviously we need you know, to get as close to the full council as we can to get back to our you know, there's a reason there's 9 of us sitting on a council to, you know, let democracy run its course, and so we certainly you know, I think anyone that would go against this would be going against the democratic process. Just running it for 1 is absurd when we've got to run 1 for Sven anyway because of the legislative requirement, because he has more than 2 years left. But you know, just running another one, chucking another one on there, it's disappointing that we've already made the decision on Councillor Bennett's seat, because it'd be good to have all 3 seats filled. But obviously that's been an earlier motion that we'd need to revoke. So just in the interest of time and expediting the process, I think we're crazy not to at least just have 2 councillors and get 8 of us back on council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McRae. Anyone against? Councillor Bello.
For those sitting on council, and also for members of public gathered here and those listening in online, I'll make the following clarifications cum reasonings. So the town has written to the Electoral Commission, the WAEC, who have come back with the following recommendation. I have it written, I have the document open in front of me, but I'll just say it in layman's terms. That because Councillor Turner has served most of his term, really, and there are just a few months to go, the Electoral Commissioner's recommendation is that that position remains open until the elections, which is the mayor and the 4 positions, which is in mid-October of this year, which seems very fair to me. If we decide to conduct an election, is it for 4 months? Is that the right use of ratepayers' money? As regards the time frame, again, the WAEC has come back saying that they cannot conduct an election before the 29th of May 2025, which gives us 4 months, June, July, August, September. That's it. Is that the best use, again, of ratepayers' money? There are more points that I'd like to make, and that is just election fatigue, in the sense that in itself, and this is what I remember when we were sworn in, the day we were, Councillor Blanco made this big impromptu speech that more people need to vote, and they are not, enough people aren't voting. So let alone for a big election where we have enough time to sort of soak that in and the public to respond to it, for what do you call it, for an extraordinary election, which we had when Councillor McRae was voted in, the people responding to those votes, because it is not compulsory, was abysmal, like a very, very small number. So really, what are we doing here? I'm making my position very clear now. We would rather have a proper election where you have the voice of the people. They have enough time to soak it up, to know who the candidates are, and to respond to that postal vote at the time. There are more things that I would like to clarify. So the question that can we do this internally was raised internally as well. And whilst a formal reply is, we're waiting for a formal reply, at the outset, we know that it's a big beast to manage, and I'm quoting exactly what was said. And whether it's in terms of resources that we have, is it the right use of our time? Are we really saving money doing this? And ultimately, if we are doing it just at that time, what different are we doing? So it just makes no sense to me. In fact, in my opinion, as far as even Councillor Arens, so make no mistake, the recommendation here is that because Councillor Turner has nearly completed most of his term, that just for 4 months, there's no real point here that his position be, that position be, go up for election or taken up for election in October. And on the second councillor, even that, in my opinion, instead of having an extraordinary election where we are spending money and really people aren't even possibly realizing what's happening, because and I'm quoting this from the data that we have from the last extraordinary one that we conducted, then what really are we listening, what voice of people are we really representing then? So in that spirit, I would say that I'm making my position very clear here at the outset, and I'm going to say we hold on to both of the positions. So I would recommend the recommendation 1, where we are noting the resignation, we are acknowledging the service, and that we are writing to the Electoral Commission to keep that position vacant. I would go with that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Barlow. L&A's 4. Yes, Councillor Christo.
I first wish to speak not through to point 4 currently right now. I think what we need to do, and we owe it to these individuals, is to first and foremost, as it says here, acknowledge, and I think acknowledgement comes more so from not just what it says on paper, but the gratitude shown from individuals. As I'm sure each and every individual councillor here has reached out to both those individuals, being Tim and Sven. I think it's onus on us to make sure that we do them a service, and we actually do thank them for their service. It's, as we know as councillors, and for those who have been lucky enough to experience the thrill of being a councillor, it's a interesting job, to say the least. There's not much love that gets thrown around. Yeah, you're always on eggshells, and honestly, it's a job that people take on because they love the town. And I can't speak highly enough of the two individuals. I know I've had some ding-dong battles with both of them over a lot of issues, which is why I know that they're passionate about the town. So, personally for myself, I can't thank them enough for their contributions throughout the time that they served. It's much appreciated, as it's always much appreciated serving with the current councillors that are sitting here now. So, just wanted to get that off my chest and make sure that they understand that, both parties are very much appreciated for the work and the commitment they've contributed to this town. Speaking through to the other items, being item number 4 here, I'm neither here nor there personally on a lot of this. We talk around the dollar values. I think the last time we looked at an election, it's $70,000. Yes, it's a hell of a lot of effort from what I've heard from the administration, which is something we need to take into consideration. But that said, I think there's some merit to filling these positions, and the merit I talk through is not necessarily, I understand there's going to be some challenges for the individual that's filling Councillor Tim Turner's position, being the fact that we don't know how long it's going to be, whether it be 6 months, 7 months, or 2 or 3 months. We don't know right now. But that aside, I think one thing that we don't take much credit to, and one thing I've been privileged enough to see only one series of influx of councillors, is the excitement that individual could bring. It's not necessarily about the knowledge necessarily, it's about the excitement and a new way of looking, a new way of thinking. One of the perks, I think, of a local government is that usually we do see that influx and that turnaround and the churn every 4 years of removing half the council and bringing a new set of eyes generally. Again, I think it will go to show what the community feel about this. I think there's merit to filling the role as well, to ensure that we get more bums on seat, to ensure that we don't have burnout. One of my biggest fears currently right now is that there's a lot of work happening in this council currently, and the way I look at it is none of these councillors present on this table today can go on leave. If we do allow leave to take place, we can only allow one councillor leave at the moment. In my mind, that's holding councillors ransom, and I don't like the idea of that. This, as I said before, is a very thankless job, but it's a very demanding job. We as councillors have our own jobs, own families, and our own life on top of everything that we do here. So my concern would be that we could potentially look at councillor burnout if we don't have additional people available to be able to help us take leave and take some extra steps around. So again, I'm not opposed of any really motion, and I'm happy to see anything else that does come up. But currently, right now, I'm happy to endorse and allow this to go through, being the fact that we are going to, again, we're not necessarily saying we're going to run it, but we're going to go request the quotation and see where we go, and request that we are filling these 2 seats currently, which is, again, favourable right now for our committee, in my opinion. So thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Is anyone else against? I'll also speak against the motion. So we have a state election coming around next weekend, we have a federal election coming around the corner, and we have another election in October. And you want to throw another election into the mix? That's 4 elections in 1 year. And I think the cost to the community, we all talk about cost saving. It's going to cost us $70,000 plus the time and effort for this administration. I think we should go back to the alternative one and leave it as that. Thank you. Okay, anyone else against? Anyone else for?
Yes, I'm actually for the motion, as it has been sort of quite recognisable now that we do need those extra 2 bums on seats, and even with Tim Turner's one being done for a minimum of 4 or 5 months, a new person coming in will get that light and then probably go for the next election. It's not going to cost any more money than running 1 or 2 people, and I think we should just wait on the price, and if we do it in-house, I think I'm under the thing that the Electoral Commission, if we do pay for it, still send the postal votes out for the election, and I can be corrected on that. And I just think that at the moment, it has been quite apparent over the last month that we can't make decisions, and important decisions that we do need to make. So I think it won't hurt to actually have the 2 seats done into 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butson. Anyone else for? I was against. Councillor Blacko.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, it's clear, to the public that's looking at our first motion that came up today on, getting the council to select a committee. We can't even agree on that. So even though the best option was put forward, now, we've clearly got issues on making decisions, significant decisions, like I said previously. The WAEC, states in their document that we should wait. Well, that's clearly what they're going to say, but it's not in the best interest of Port Hedland. The best interest of Port Hedland is to run the election and to, get the extra people on here so we don't have these issues in decision making. Now, I did a big speech, when I was elected, because I was disappointed that, I won with, I think it was 300 votes. And I got the most amount of votes out of everybody. So if I only got 300 votes, the other people that were elected got far less than me. So, clearly we're going to have those issues in election fatigue with state and federal elections coming up. But, we do run a postal election, and those people you'll find over the years, it's basically the same cohort of people that always fill out the paperwork. We average between 1,000 and 2,000, and obviously that's divided up between, the people that put their hand up. Now, clearly, Mr. Turner's time left is small, and people may say, it's not worth doing an election for Mr. Turner's position. But you know what? If that position is put up, there will be people out there that will have the energy and I suppose the want to put their name down, even though they know that it's only going to be a few months. Because, it's highlighted in the application how long the term is, when it starts, when it finishes, all of that. So they're well aware of that. And if they want to put their hand up, good on them. And let's get these positions filled. And I think it's going to be beneficial for Port Hedland moving forward if we can do that. So let's get this thing rolling.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. So now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? 4-2. Motion's carried. Okay, moving on to 12.3, regulated services, turtle listing, rehabilitation protection. We have officer recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote that council, 1, does not endorse or propose rehabilitation of vehicles on the beach dunes east of ridge of reserve 29082 Spoilbank that is intended for that turtle nesting, habitat protection, conservation of the dunes. And 2, does not endorse or propose rehabilitation of dogs identified as a Port Hedland turtle nesting beach location during turtle nesting season from October the 1st to March 31st. And 3, acknowledges the community consultation submissions thanks to the residents of the town of Port Hedland for their involvement. And 4, direct the CEO to develop educational regulated signage which shall be installed at entrances to the shore where turtle nesting occurs. Can I have...
So move, Mr Mayor.
Move. Okay, Councillor Blanco. Seconder? Yes, sorry, Councillor.
Through the chair, and I put that question to the CEO. I'm absolutely happy to support this. I would also like to thank all the community members that were involved in the consultation. I've asked the CEO for point number 4 to develop educational and regulatory signage to give me a timeline for it, which can be added in there, please.
Okay, yeah, noted. Yeah. See you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I can't give you a timeline to add in there, but what we will... Oh, we can. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Carly, did you want to add to that?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. If you refer to page 59, you'll see a paragraph that was included that says it's expected that all signage could be designed, commissioned and installed by August 2025 in preparation for the next turtle nesting season.
Thank you for that. Can that be part of the officer's recommendation? Are you happy for us to add August of 2025 in there? Yeah. So I would like to move that, like...
Add that in there? Yeah. Yeah.
Please. Yes, that's fine.
Can I please ask Mr Mayor that we run the meeting as it should be, so we need to have the motion on the table before we start amending. A whole different conversation, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Blanco, you moved it. And the second was Councillor Butson. Okay. Is anyone against the motion? Yeah,
Again, I'm not against it. I just want that small amendment to be made. That's all. So.
Okay, we can make that an amendment.
No.
Point of order through the chair. Come on. Can you?
It needs to be made with the authorisation of the mover, Mr Mayor.
Need to move it in a second. Yes, she's moved it about putting the motion up, okay?
I don't authorise it, Mr Mayor. It's in the report.
Yeah.
The report states it. It'll
Exactly.
be fine.
Okay, so report states it. Okay. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Goes anyone against the motion then? Okay. Thank you. 12.4 infrastructure services. 12.4.1. Councillor Christensen, I believe you have a financial interest in this item.
Shit, where's my paperwork gone? Give me 2 seconds, sorry. Item 12.4.1, the award of the tender. I have a financial interest as my employer is a respondent to the tender. As such, I'll remove myself from the room.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, offers remanded before that requires a supermajority vote. The council authorise the chief executive officer to enter into contract to award RFT 2425-24 Wedgefield Route 1 reconstruction to the preferred tender for the total amount of XXX including GST. Can I have a mover, please?
Can I have- The works that are listed on this talks about a trig, and is it trig? No, it's a Murrumbine and Pinga. Murrumbine and Pinga, intersection of Murrumbine and Pinga. So that intersection has been done already. So can I get an understanding as to, are we awarding a tender that works have already been done on, Mr Mayor?
Lee, do you want to answer?
No, my understanding is that it is a rotary roundabout.
Okay.
I didn't get that. What was that?
I can get you the works that is being done, but this is part of the Wedgefield strategy that the council approved, I think, before your time, councillor. And this is not repeating any works. This is major drainage works and intersection works to make those intersections compliant for RAV10 access to Wedgefield.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, a lot of the work is actually drainage work.
Okay, thank you. Move it. Okay, thank you, Councillor Blecker. Is there a seconder? Councillor Butson. Is anyone against the motion? Motion's carried. Let's let Councillor Christian back in. Or not. Welcome back, Councillor. Okay, moving on to item number 12.4.2, award tender RFT 2324-31 design construction of Marina Playground.
Mr Mayor, before you go on, we just awarded that tender on the previous one. Did you state what it was worth?
It's XX.
Well,
I don't have.
now that we've moved it, you should state what it's worth. Is that correct?
I don't have a value. Sorry, Councillor, not my. Sorry, not too. Can we
get clarity?
Okay, that was the amount was $11,958,092.41, including GST. There you go, it's on the screen now. Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, okay, this is a. I read this agenda item and it said 6 million. Did I read something wrong somewhere?
Obviously.
Was it 6 million a few days ago?
No, it's always been 11 million.
It's always been 11. It's 12 million.
Yeah.
Okay. No, well, happy days for Wedgefield.
Yep. Great. Okay, let's go on to where did it go? Back. Okay, we're to 12.4.1. The Council's recommendation before it that requires a simple majority vote. The Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to enter the contract to award RFT 2425-24. Oh, sorry, we just did that one, sorry. Okay, let's get other page. 12.4.2, award tender of the design playground. Offer recommendation before it that requires a simple majority vote that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to enter a contract to award RFT 2425-31 for Marina Design Playground and construction of the preferred tender for the total of value of XXX plus.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
Move.
Yeah.
Okay. Blanco move. Councillor Blanco. Seconder.
Seconded.
Yep. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Rebello. Is there anything against? Motion's carried. Thank you. Oh, we're done. It's been done. It's been done. Up to 13. This one here. Community Centre update. Yeah, 13. Community Centre update. Yeah. Okay, item number 13.
Mayor, did you state the number of the Marina Playground construct?
The price?
Yeah.
Yeah, 13. 3.7 million. 3.79 million. Yep. Okay, item number 13. New business nature a late item. We have a late item to consider by council tonight. It's 13.1, the community centre update. A copy of this report has been uploaded to the public website and is available and printed in the agenda at reception desk outside Chambers doors. So we have officer recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote that council note the details in the report regarding the status of the Port Hedland Community Centre. Can I have a mover, please?
Can I have some questions on this one, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Blanco.
I read the report this afternoon. We've clearly got some defects with the building. The builder has not responded to our demands to fix. Now, according to the report, the warranty period is over. So, are we still pursuing these people to fix the issues, or do we have a contingency in place? As in, did they give us a deposit? I suppose. Have we given that back?
Oh, look, Councillor, Director Ansett, do you want to answer one?
Thank you, Councillor Blanco, for that. Some of these faults were identified in the DLP period before the defects liability period ceased. So we have been engaging with the contractor. They've fixed some of the things that have been identified, haven't fixed others. So we will continue to do that. I would need to take on notice about their bank guarantees, because they were provided, but I'm not sure whether or not they've lapsed now due to the DLP period finishing in, I think it was November or December.
Thank you, John.
Okay, so I want to know whether we've still got that money or whether we've given it back. Yeah, thanks. The other thing that's slipping my memory here. No, I've lost it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blanco. Okay, is there a mover on that motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have a mover and a seconder, please.
I'm not objecting to it. I'm just saying the report is very detailed and it is a factual report. But what it does not do is that it will not set a date for the third-party structural review to come back, that report to come back to council, along with making the decision that this is what needs to be done, these are the costs, and that we decide what to do with it. Because very clearly, this centre is a community, A, it's a community centre, B, it's an evacuation centre, and C, that it still remains a welfare centre, meaning it is used post-cyclone. What the community wants is that this place is up and ready to go again, because we are still in cyclone season until April. And so I would request that amendment wherein that report comes back to council along with the costs, and we deliberate and make a decision on it at the time. Whether it is the next council meeting, March, or that is for the CEO to advise. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Barley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could I just comment that the estimated time that we've been given for the report is 4 weeks. We know that it's being inspected this week. We'll keep you up to date with the timing of getting that back to you. We have treated this with some urgency to get it here tonight in this form as comprehensively as we can. So the intention is certainly that we get the report to you as soon as it's available. We've had the time to look at it and report to you. And the intention also is that it's a public report.
Okay, thank you, CEO.
Am I allowed one more question? When I appreciate we've been told it'll take four weeks, and that is when we expect the structural or the third party review, a very comprehensive one, to take place. Are we then expecting that report will come to council or will be a public document in the next OCM? Because I would want for it to be a public document.
The next OCM is actually only 3 weeks away, so probably not. We would be looking at the April OCM, but I think given that that is the next OCM is 7 weeks away, if we get the report, what we will look to do is get it to you with a briefing note ahead of bringing it to the OCM.
Okay.
Again, I'm not against.
Sorry, point of order.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fine. Okay, let's have a move and a second on that. Is anyone against the motion? Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors.
Before we move on to the next order of business, Mr. Mayor, if I may move a procedural motion to pull a item off the table, please.
Which item?
12.5.1. One we laid on the table just previously. End of the day, we can't progress to the other order of business unless we get this sorted out. So try and bring it back for one last hurrah and see if we can get it off the table, please.
Oh, okay. We'll have a 5-minute break. Okay. Okay, we're going back to the 12.5.1. So Councillor Blanco, you foreshadowed not bring up the 4 councillors on the committee? That's correct, yes, I'm waiting for it to come up on the screen. And I think Councillor Button or McRae seconded it. No, put it back up. Put it back up, yeah. It doesn't at this time then.
No, we haven't. I've moved the original motion to the, so this on the table has a mover and seconder.
Yep.
We haven't seconded or voted on my procedural motion to bring it back.
Yep.
It's that to do right now, Paul.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so Councillor Christian has now, so Councillor Christian has foreshadowed the 12.5 point.
No, sorry.
Sorry.
No, so what I've done is I've moved a procedural motion for council to bring off the table 12.5.1.
Yep.
You need a seconder, and then you need to go straight to the vote.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So is there a second to bring it back on the table? Yep. Councillor McRae. Yep. Okay. Okay. Good to vote.
Did anyone vote against it?
No, we're going to vote for it now. Yeah. All those in favour of this motion? On the screen.
Point of
So we're moving. I've moved a procedural motion to bring this back onto the table for us to start recommence the debate.
Yep.
Just to bring it back.
Yes.
Just again to clarify, this is to open this back up to debate.
Yes, that's all we've got.
It's okay.
Yep.
Is that?
That's it.
So this is just to, it was laid on the table, now it's being brought.
That's right. That's correct.
Okay. So all's in favour, bring it back on the table? Bring it back on the table? Okay, back on the table. Okay. Okay, Councillor Blanco. Move the seconder. Is there anyone against? Councillor
Mr.
Mayor, yeah. Yes? Yep. Okay. Councillor Blanco, do I talk to your motion? Yep.
Mr. Mayor, as I've said countless times, this is the best way forward for our council. It has all of the members that are requesting to be on the CEO recruitment selection committee. It's the best way forward. If we can't get this over the line, we'll just you have to run an election and get some other members on here and see if we can push it through then. Clearly, it stops Headland moving forward until we get some realistic people on board. But you know, the best way forward is just to support this motion and allow all 4 members to be on the committee, as the 4 members have put their hand up for it. You know, it's only changing, you know, 1 extra position. We change the reference, and you know, we get the CEO selection rolling again. Oh dear, there you go. So I implore the council to support the motion, and let's get this ball rolling.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blanco. Councillor McRae.
Feel like we've been on this merry-go-round before. I honestly, I can't think of a reason this would be opposed. It obviously there's left and right, red and blue, green and gold, whatever the factions, whatever we obviously clearly have, we've got a difference of opinion here, and even with this 4, it's obviously been going 4-2, you know, now for 2 council meetings, and you guys on the 2, you're actually overrepresented by a factor of 100% just at this 2 and 2. Like it's if it's 4 versus 2, it would be a 2 versus 1 in a real democratic process, but the fact that we're going to...
Point of order through the chair.
Yes, good.
I will quote the point of order. Hold on.
Yeah, certainly.
Point of order 9.16, where we are saying that it reflects adversely on the character or the actions of another member. We are in a democratic process. I'm making no judgment as to who is voting why. I would ask the chair to uphold 9.16, section 1A, subsection 1, and please ask the member to withdraw or to correct that language, please. Thank you.
Uphold, yes.
What's your ruling there, Mayor?
Uphold.
Apology?
Uphold. Yeah, apologise.
Okay, can you tell me what I've got to withdraw, because I'm confused?
What you said.
I don't even know what I said. That was...
Just to allude that people are overrepresented or who is with... We cannot make these assumptions. And we cannot allude to such things. So again, look at the point to the standing orders and please be aware of what, as in, say what you have to, but you cannot make these statements about people. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologise if I made any offensive statements. I'm not sure what I said that was offensive. I said there is two factions here clear. There's these votes are going 4 and 2, and so 100% of your the side that has 2 is being invited onto this committee with the others, and I don't understand. Like, what more do you want? You want a majority? You want a majority on the
Point of order through the chair.
Yes, Councillor.
Again, section 9.16 to impute that it now what you're imputing is that I'm not making my decisions for myself. So I would request the chair to please uphold that.
Uphold.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, a point of order, and I dissent to that ruling, Mr. Mayor.
Overruled.
Do I have a seconder on the dissent motion?
Seconded.
Mr. Mayor, take it to the vote.
Okay, take it to the vote.
Sorry, can I just clarify where we're voting? Can I just ask for the CEO to talk us through where we are? Because obviously, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, you have lost. You're confused at the moment. I just ask the CEO to...
I'm going to ask the governance manager to...
We have a mover and a...
Through the chair, sorry, my reading of what has been undertaken there is there was a point of order raised by Councillor Rebello in regard to imputation of a motive that she wished to be withdrawn as adversely reflecting on her. You made a decision to uphold that point of order. Councillor Blanco has now moved that your ruling be dissented against by the remainder of the council, and so a seconder is Councillor McRae on that one, and so they're procedural motions, so there's no debate, but you go to a vote.
Okay. So we got the vote on the motions. I have a mover and a second against, so we go to the vote now. Is that what it is? Just straight vote now.
Hang on, Mr. Mayor,
just checking.
We are voting on the dissent motion.
Okay, on the dissent motion. Okay. All right, put it to the vote. I'll put it to the vote. Okay, those against?
Voting on the motion of dissent.
Yeah, against.
Mr Mayor, did you get the vote? It's a 4-2 vote.
Exactly.
Okay. Overruled.
Okay.
Did you want me to take over?
No, it's fine, Councillor.
Okay,
It's fine.
right.
It's fine. Okay. We'll carry on. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the motion.
Again, I'm not sure. There was clearly some insinuations that I made accidentally. If I did, and I apologise for any insinuation. I don't want to make any insinuation. I just was pointing out a clear fact that there is. This vote keeps going 4-2, and the two that go against this vote are 100% on the body of on the recruitment panel. So it doesn't, for me, it couldn't be fairer. It's like it's the side that's choosing 4 only has 2. The side that's the 2 team, the 100% is on the team. So it's I'm just talking about numbers and sheer representation of democracy. It's a majority rule, and we're not even going with the majority rule, because if it was majority rule, it would be 2-1 if you look at the numbers. So the fact that it's 2-2, it couldn't be fairer. Is all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to imply that someone thinks one way or someone votes one way. With I don't know where that even comes from. I don't know how the paranoia runs that deep. But this is the most fair, simple way, and the fact that we're still debating it is it's an embarrassment that the council can't just quite simply make this decision.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McRae. Okay, so anyone was against? Anyone else for? Sorry, anyone was against? Against.
I feel like all those ones who have spoken for and against have spoken at length to it. I'd just like to address one thing very, very clearly. What is it that we are voting here? We are voting people on a committee to say that the ones who go in... Let me make it amply clear here now. My position is that I always do my homework. I come here and...
Point of order.
No.
Point of...
What's the point of order?
Is there something wrong with the mic, or is someone playing with it, or is it stuffing up, is it? Has Councillor Rebello already spoken to this motion?
No, not this one, no. No.
No?
No.
Okay, right.
No.
That's all right.
Okay. Continue, Councillor Rebello, thank you.
I have made my points against this motion in the past as well. Like I've said before, our terms of reference clearly states that we need the 3 persons, and I would like to go ahead with that. I would also like to make my position amply clear that I've always made decisions for myself. I come here prepared, doing my homeworks, attending every briefing that is possible. If I'm on this committee, I will do due diligence. All I'm saying is that we follow the terms of reference and have the 3 committee members and put that to the vote. That is the democratic process. Put it to the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rebello. Anyone else against? Anyone else for? Yes, Councillor Christian.
Again, I think we've exhausted a lot of our debating points, but I just wanted to reiterate a few items that I think are prevalent throughout this debate. Is one of the biggest risks we're going to have with the current makeup of the terms of reference, which I will unanimously say here was a mistake in approving that committee as it was, that terms of reference for that committee as it stood, was because, like a lot of things here, it was rushed through and put in with a heavy agenda, and in my personal opinion, not much due diligence was done. We were happy to try and get that through because we had never run this process this way before when recruiting a CEO. Again, it's council's direction, opportunity, and their job to correct mistakes if mistakes are made or make amendments to improve the current situation. In my eyes, when we start talking about procedural fairness, which has been the biggest debate in relation to the naysayers to this motion, I'll make it abundantly clear that procedural fairness is about who is impacted. So when we start talking about who's impacted in this, it's not the committee, it's not the committee members. It is our community, our ratepayers, and our stakeholders. They are the most affected people if this committee cannot be formed to be able to go through the hiring process to get to a selection process for a CEO. So, in my mind, this has followed procedural fairness, is because there is no rules against this committee changing, altering, or amending any terms of reference for any committee that is formed by this committee. That is just point blank. So the fact that we're debating procedural fairness when there's been no rule set up to say you can't do this is crazy in my eyes. So I hope we're not continuing to use that as an excuse. While I'm happy to people feel that you know we shouldn't change it, there's more due diligence. I haven't heard that come through. All I've heard is that a piece of paper that we endorsed 3 to 4 months ago in a hurry it says 3, so we need to go with 3. There's been a lot of issues that we've done. We've seen policies and procedures change today. We've approved 6 policies today that altered the direction of previous councils, which I assume would have been by absolute majority at the same time. So the simple fact that we keep going back to that is concerning for me. Again, all I ask is all committee, and I'm not even saying that them, that they, it's all 6 of us sitting at this table right now. We owe it to ourselves and we owe it to our community members to come up with a resolution. I don't care what the resolution is, people. But we need to come to a resolution. And going back to 3 votes ain't going to work, because I'll tell you now, we have tried every single conceivable option to change that up, and it all was rejected. So if we can't do the 3, nobody wants to talk about the 2, it leaves us with one option, which is the 4. Because it covers every basis then. So please don't misconstrue what I'm saying here, but we are in some inherent trouble if we cannot get ourselves over the line tonight to at least agree to bring a committee together. And this is just one element. We've got a whole other element to debate after this, which is the independent. So again, talking about, let's drop the procedural fairness, because this is procedural fairness. There's no rules being broken. And again, bearing in mind that it's the community that we're trying to think about here. So we need to get this committee stood up. Second to that, in relation to this whole argument of why 4 is a better number, as we've addressed that. It removes the opportunity and the frequency required for a deadlock. The whole reason we're having this debate is because we want diversity on this committee. So therefore, why would we happily understand and put our future chair in a position where they have to make a decision when deadlock comes? What's the point of having any argument then to try and bring other people onto this committee? In my mind, you'd want to have as many opportunities for uneven votes, so deadlock is avoided at every cost, every conceivable option. Because that, in my mind, is not a great way of managing this, because then you do put a lot of pressure on that individual. The pressure should be held and should be embodied by the complete committee that's formed here. So again, I implore councillors that instead of keep going back and keep bringing up the same foreshadowed motion, that we get our heads together and we actually come up with a solution that people can be happy with, because we need this committee to be formed. Someone has to step up and go, this decision's for the community. What are we going to do? It has to get through tonight. It really does. So I implore everybody to dig deep and work out how we can come to a resolution. I haven't heard anybody debate as either this way or that way. Not one party has come to this party to try and alter, to try and give or take. Outside of myself, I gave you the 4 options. I gave you the 2 options. Happy to hear other options that haven't been addressed yet. Otherwise, I think we are wasting time. So have a think about it while everyone other people are debating, but we really need to come to a resolution on this, guys, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christopher. Anyone else against? Anyone else for? Councillor Blanco, do you want to sum up?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. You know, we've debated this quite a few times. Now, the last argument I heard was about a council member not liking the fact that I, didn't attend the CEO review meetings that I was put onto by council. And I have issued that explanation. So I would hope that there is no issue now with that member having a problem with me being on the committee. So, you know, that being the case, this resolution should, you know, be voted on, by the council in favour. So we shouldn't have an issue because, you know, there was clearly regulatory issues that I was facing, and they were the reasons I could not attend. So now that that explanation has been given, like I say, there shouldn't be any issue with a council member not wanting me on the committee. Now, you know, I put my name down on this committee because, you know, I'm probably the most experienced council member, you know, in these proceedings when it comes to selecting a CEO. I have actually done it a few times. So, you know, if the council members want to stick to the policy, you know, and in all fairness to them, and they really should decide whether they want to drop off, you know, and allow it to go forward. So, you know, they could withdraw one of the applications, I suppose, and then you know, this could go forward. But like I've said many, many times in all of these motions that have come up, the fairest option here is to allow all 4 members to be on the committee, and we vote on this and get those members on the committee, and then we select the independent, and let's get this rolling. And I hope that happens this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. We'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour of this motion? What was against? 4-2. Motion is lost. Okay, we'll now move on to item number...
Through the chair, there was a foreshadow motion.
Sorry, was it?
Yes, there was. The exact same.
Sorry, what was the foreshadow motion?
It wasn't my foreshadow motion. Councillor Blanco foreshadowed the exact same. I wouldn't. You want to go, I'd suggest that you move a procedural motion that we abandon the meeting instead of just walking out. Because I tell you right now, the state government walk through that room and go on.
Yep. Okay, so Blanco, you foreshadowed the last one, so that's okay. All right. Yep.
So we're doing the same one again?
Yep.
Just to go through.
So, yep.
Just do a business office to go through.
Yeah. So is there a mover for the motion? Yep. Okay, Councillor McRae. Okay. Is anyone against the motion?
What are we doing now?
Councillor Blanco's motion?
Councillor Blanco
No,
foreshadowed
he's-
the original motion that we just spoke around.
But he's walked away.
Regardless of that,
Yeah.
it's still a foreshadow
right.
motion. He doesn't have to move it because he foreshadowed it.
Yeah.
So you still need a call for a mover, call for a seconder, and then we can just move a procedural motion to have that deferred.
So Councillor McRae moved it.
And then, no, I need further clarification. What is it that we're wanting to do?
This is the original motion that Councillor Blanco put up was the 4. So you're going back to the original motion. Okay, and then Councillor McRae has moved it. I need a seconder to put it up.
What motion are we talking about? The one which is on the
on the screen. One we just debated.
So the one which is on the screen,
On the
at the
screen,
moment.
correct.
Will it go to a vote or will it go? What is the intention here?
So the Mayor has just called it to action. He's called for a mover. Councillor McRae has moved it. He's now going to call for a seconder. We're just back into debate. It's like normal debate.
Normal debate, yeah. Okay, so is there a seconder for this motion? Okay, Councillor Butson seconded.
So before you move for anyone against, Mr Mayor, I will move a procedural motion that this motion be deferred to the next OCM, please.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Is anyone against that motion?
Point of clarification through the chair. So are we moving the independent member bit as well? Just point of clarification.
The independent one is deadlocked with this one. So because we left it on the table, that cannot be that can't be under consideration until we make a determination on this one.
Is governance saying yes to that? That was my understanding as well. Thank you.
Okay, so a mover and a seconder for Councillor Christensen and Councillor Button moved it to defer it to the next meeting. Okay, is anyone against that motion? No? Okay, motion's done. Thank you. Motion's passed. Conference line. Yep. Okay. Okay. Item number 14. Motion approved is given. There is nil. Item number 15. Matters which may be closed. I will now recommend that the Council close the meeting to the members of the public as described under section 5.23-2 of the Local Government Act 1995 to consider item 15.1 town debtors. Okay, motion's passed. Thank you. Back to the live stream. Back on the live stream, okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll now read the decision of Council of the confidential item 15.1 town debtors. Offers a recommendation that the Audit and Risk Compliance Committee, 1, receive the report of the town's debts, and 2, write off $26,761.68 rate debtors. The motion was carried absolute majority. Item number 16, closure. 16.1. The next Ordinary Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, the 26th of March, commencing at 5:30 p.m. 16.2, closure. Being there no further business, I declare the meeting closed at 9:54 p.m. I'd like to thank councillors, members of the public and CEO for their staff and attendance tonight. Thank you.